Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting the House debates the International Women's Day under the theme Planet 50-50 by 2030. Step it up for the gender equality. Thank you. So I move.
Honorable members, I do notice that Honorable Sfiso Buthelezi is in the House. The person who must take the blame is Honorable Nyame Boy, who must have taken a long time inducting the member. Welcome, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the construction of Umzimvubu Dam and its contribution to the economy in the creation of jobs and the supply of water as an essential services for communities within the district of Arfenzo and OR Tambo in the Eastern Cape province. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House in its next sitting debates the non-payment of Mpumalanga Scholar Transport Organization orchestrated by the corrupt Premier of Mpumalanga, Titi Mabuza, and his corrupt officials from the Department of Education, Roads and Transport, and Public Works. I so move.
Honorable Member at the back.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the current severe shortage of engineers in the country, particularly in the water sector, which severely undermines government's ability to adequately manage and maintain the existing water infrastructure. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Inkomu Mchavseki, Mfuneti wa Xipikara xa Palamende. Hi ku yimela vandla ra ANC ndzi yimela ku susumeta leswaku eka ntshamo lowu landzelaka yindlu leyi yi va na njhikanjhikisano hi ndlela leyi migodi kumbe tikhampani ti nga hoxaku voko eka ku antswisa eka ku sivela mavabyi ya marilarila kumbe silicose. Inkomu.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the role of state-owned entities in the delivery of services to our people and how the private sector can play an integral part in achieving the objectives of an inclusive and more equitable economy with access to opportunities for all. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the illegal and excessive use of force used by anti-land invasion units when dealing with alleged illegal occupation of land. So move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates Team South Africa's readiness for the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF believes that South Africa is a rich country with all the minerals beneath its soil. We therefore also believe that the current government is deliberately ignoring the call to give South Africans decent jobs. We therefore put it to this House that in its next sitting, we debate and find solution to formalize employment of community health care workers through South Africa. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates ANC-controlled municipalities owing water boards more than 2.8 billion rand for drinking water and the Department of Water and Sanitation owing Bloom Water 130 million rand.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates advancing prosperity by creating a conducive environment and support services for small and medium enterprises and cooperatives to flourish. I thank you.
Honorable members, we now move to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that the International Women's Day is celebrated worldwide on March 8th every year. Further knows that the 2016 theme for International Women's Day is Planet 50-50 by 2030, Step It Up for Gender Equality. Recognizes that the idea of this theme is to consider how to accelerate 2030 agenda, building momentum for effective implementation of the new Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls and number 4, ensure inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. Realizes that this day is dedicated to a time to celebrate acts of courage and determination by ordinary women who have played an extraordinary role in the history of their countries and communities. Calls upon our people to act in unity to eradicate all forms of violence from society, especially violence against women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. Further calls upon our government, NGOs, women formations, and men formations to devote time to courageously fight for achievement of gender equality. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honorable Jean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that it was sadly confirmed yesterday that search operations at the Lily mine near Barberton in Mpumalanga were suspended indefinitely. Also notes that following more than a month of rescue attempts and 3 subsequent collapses, a team of expert geologists confirmed that the ground was not stable enough to send rescue teams down to the 3 trapped miners. Acknowledges that 3 miners have been trapped underground since a section of the mine collapsed into a sinkhole on the 5th of February. Thanks the team of rescuers who have been courageously putting their own lives at risk to save the 3 trapped miners. Sends our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of Yvonne Mnisi, Priti Mabuza, and Solomon Nyarenda. Continues to hold Yvonne Mnisi, Priti Mabuza, and Solomon Nyarenda in our thoughts and in our prayers.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
We said we are objecting to the motion. Because the person has not been confirmed dead and we can't send condolences. It's uncultured. It's just not right.
Honorable members, let's proceed. The motion falls away. Honorable Singh.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move without notice that the House recognizes World Glaucoma Week, marked from the 6th to the 12th of March this year, acknowledges that this week is a joint global initiative of the World Glaucoma Association and the World Glaucoma Patients Association to raise awareness of glaucoma, what it does to sight, and how it might affect you. Further acknowledges that glaucoma is a group of serious eye diseases that affect approximately 70 million people all over the world and is the 3rd known cause of permanent blindness. Calls upon government to pay greater attention to this plight and make more efforts to make the people aware of this sickness that creeps like a thief in the night and runs off with people's perfectly good vision. And finally, applauds the efforts of the few organizations and individuals that help educate people on the subject and offers advice on how and where people could go to find professional help. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that on Sunday, the 6th of March, 59 years of independence, after a hard-fought struggle for emancipation from colonial repression and the beginning of what will be an unstoppable march of African peoples towards liberation. Further notes that the first president of Ghana, President Kwame Nkrumah, selflessly acknowledged that the liberation of Ghana meant absolutely nothing until all Africa was liberated. And that too will mean nothing if the liberation did not bring about tangible transformations to the people of the continent. Acknowledge the role played by Kwame Nkrumah, who sought to provide an ideological basis from which Africa could break free from the impediments to growth imposed on the continent by capitalism and by some retrogressive element of African history itself. Further acknowledge that Nkrumah sought to transform Ghana into an industrial superpower, a center of learning of the continent, and a model socialist state that other African states will try to copy. Accept that his vision of a unified Africa, speaking with one voice on global matters, an African that uses its resources for the benefit of its own people, is yet to be achieved. Open up doors for political freedom in the continent. South Africa, under a resolute leadership of the economic freedom fighters in the coming revolution, will provide and open up doors for economic freedom. Send our regards to the people of Ghana and wish them prosperity as they continue to lead us.
Objections, I put the falls away. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honourable House notes that on Sunday, the 8th of March, a bus transporting members of the Zion Christian Church from a church service at Moriah to Phalaborwa was involved in a fatal accident and overturned in the vicinity of George Valley near Zanin. Also notes that 10 people died in the horror accident, including one child. Finally notes that at least 60 other passengers were injured in the accident, of which 3 were hospitalized with serious injuries. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to express its sincere condolence to the Zion Christian Church, as well as to families and loved ones of those who died in the accident, and wish the injured passengers a speedy recovery. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, we move that this House welcomes the recent over 500 million in compensation for ex-gold miners and relatives of the deceased miners, acknowledges that the compensation follows a class action against Anglo-American and Anglo-Gold by Southern African gold miners suffering from silicosis, believes that the successful claim has paved the way for a wider settlement for silicosis victims employed on Anglo-South African mines, recognizes that the settlement is a historic victory for human rights and communities in labor surrounding areas and sending areas that for decades had to carry the painful cost of super exploitation. And lastly, congratulates all the role players who played a meaningful role in this settlement. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honourable Kwankwa.
Secular Somlomo, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes with sadness the death of 5 school kids and the driver in a minibus car accident on Saturday night on R409 between Somo and Ngamakwe. The minibus taxi was transporting pupils from Zweli Vumile High School in Ngobo who were coming from a sports event. Further notes that the cause of the accident is unknown. However, it is believed that the driver lost control of the vehicle and it veered off the road and overturned. Notes that in this accident, 9 pupils were injured and were rushed to Kofimvaba Hospital. Sends its condolences to the family and friends of all those who have lost their lives in this tragic accident. Wishes all the injured a speedy recovery. Siyabulela.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Farmaga.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move that out notice on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that this House notes that the South African National Editors Forum, SANEF, has requested the IEC to include the fair treatment of the media as part of the pledges political parties will sign during the election period. Further notes that SANEF has requested political parties to adhere to the Electoral Code of Conduct before the election date is promulgated, as campaigning is already underway and journalists were experiencing problems in some areas. Acknowledges that it's unacceptable for any political party to intimidate journalists or hinder them from executing their duties in any way. Further acknowledges that respecting the role of the media asserts that the media is essential to democracy and a democratic election is impossible without the media. Further asserts that the free and fair election is not only about the freedom to vote, but also about a process whereby voters have adequate information about political parties, policies, and candidates, which is provided by the media. And finally, calls on SANEF to ensure equitable coverage for all political parties during the 2016 local government election, so that voters are able to make informed choices. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that the House knows that the high level of fraud and corruption taking place in KZN on land reform is quite appalling. As much as the EFF is opposed to purchase of land, this government is undermining its own policy, like what we saw in SABC appointment of Motswaneng, Public Protector report on Kandla, etc. 2, further notes that the Emandlovini community in Greytown lodged the land claim in 1995, and even to date, nothing has ever happened to the destitute community, who are always in courts fighting for their rights abused by government of President Jacob Zuma. Interestingly, it is the fact that farmers who owned the land long vacated the said land after receipt of payment from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. If payments were then done from state coffers, why our people are not back to their rightful land? Corruption is the answer here. Acknowledges that the land claim of Mtuze community in Ungoe area has seen non-claimants being paid huge sums of money in the ceremony attended by President Zuma and Minister Chomat, the then Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, held in the Eastern Cape. If this was ever a caring government, poor people would not be collecting huge sums of money to challenge their activities with these communities. What further complicates matters is the involvement of either number one or his family members. Victimized by a so-called democratic government. Further calls upon the Minister of Justice to censor the NPA for refusing to prosecute case number 174/012015 opened in Mtunzini regarding this matter. Instability within NPA must never be allowed. Shut up, you capitalists. Instability within NPA must never be allowed to victimize our people when they seek service.
Honorable Mhlongo, hold on. Yes, Honorable Member.
On a point of order, I don't think it's parliamentary what that member just said. Deputy Speaker, he must please withdraw.
Deputy Chair, I cannot, when talking about the plight of my people, get interjections from these racists.
Point of order.
Allow that.
Honorable Member.
These are the racists who stole our land.
Honorable Member. Honorable Mhlongo,
Yes.
please withdraw that.
How can I withdraw the reality? How can I withdraw the reality? They are the ones who are undermining my intelligence. I am presenting a case affecting our people, and these racists are making
Honorable members.
mockery of our people. Never.
Honorable Mhlongo,
Yes.
withdraw your statements, please.
I withdraw, but they've had it.
Don't make it unconditional, member. It can't be unconditional.
Okay, they've had it. I withdraw.
Honorable Mhlongo, you withdraw properly, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Further calls upon the Minister of Justice to censor the NPA for refusing to prosecute case number 174/012015 opened in Mtunzini regarding this matter. We call for urgent finalization of this matter as our people are ready to help themselves fight poverty amongst their communities. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I object to this rhetoric.
Honorable member. Motion. For
I object.
Honorable Mishwe. Honorable members, watch your language. Please be orderly. Whatever you feel, don't do that. It's out of order.
Okay, Deputy Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the ACDP that the House notes that the Department of Sports and Recreation and KZN Aquatics launched the Water Safety and Learn to Swim program, Swimanati, at the Ushaka Marine World, targeting kids between the ages of 7 and 11 who come from rural and disadvantaged communities. Further notes that the aim of the initiative is to reduce the number of cases of kids in rural areas from drowning while crossing dams and rivers on their way to school. Further notes that the South African Medical Research Council's National Inquiry Mortality Survey System estimates that between 2010 and 2012, an average of 5 people drowned in South Africa each day, and that more than half of these cases occurred while in the sea, river, or dam. Applauds all efforts to raise awareness about water safety and to teach children survival techniques in order to reduce the number of drownings. Commends KZN Aquatics for this excellent initiative and hopes that similar initiatives will be extended to all other provinces. So move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honorable members, can I just remind you, this period is for motions without notice. I don't know what you are in a hurry for. Take it easy, slow down, we'll come to you. Please take it easy, including Honorable Kwangwa, who says he was already giving up. Just take your time, we'll come to you. Yes, Honorable Member. Go ahead, Honorable Member here.
Which one?
No, not you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that the residents of Ngoga, Pumango, and surrounding areas in Kofimvaba in the Eastern Cape were led to believe that they are part of a cooperative farming, and it is not true. Further note that the white farmers lied to the residents, promised jobs, and forced to sign a lease contract that was not explained to them. As a result, have no rights to their own land. Acknowledges that these farmers have closed off public roads connecting villages and shops by digging a trench, and have threatened to kill people who continue to use these public roads or fix the trench. Further acknowledges that the continuous abuse and exploitation of farm workers who continued to be paid with milk, bread, and wine by white farmers who have no sense of moral dignity. Recognize that the community has taken this matter everywhere, including the office of the two ministers, Minister Senzeni Zokwana and Gugile Nkwinti, but they did not receive help, let alone acknowledgement of the matter by the ministers. reiterate that the EFF is the only party that will nationalize land without compensation for equitable and efficient use, the only solution to land challenges. Further reiterate that the EFF will not rest until all workers are paid a national minimum wage of not less than 4,500 rand. Calls on the people of Ngoga, Kumango and surroundings to reject the ANC in the upcoming local government elections, for they do not care about the people. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC objects, Deputy Speaker.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House knows the recent sad passing of some of our most beloved local artists. Also knows that these artists thrilled fans over careers that spans decades and various genres. Further knows that these artists managed to cross the racial divides of society with their talent and love for music. Acknowledges that Ricardo Groenewald of I Love You Daddy fame, Jeff Moyo from the local group Threesome, Randall Wickham of Dance Met die Rooi Rock fame, and Jackie Letlake, also known as Boho Mujo, who recorded the album Siwelele and Good Friends, all passed away due to natural causes. Send our heartfelt condolences to the families of these four great artists. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honourable Nkomo. Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I move on behalf of United Democratic Movement that the House notes that on the 26th February 2016, Ghana's formidable women chiefs gathered in a courtyard in Legon, a suburb of Accra, where they witnessed the swearing-in ceremony of the annually elected members to the National Council of Women Traditional Leaders. Thank you. Further notes that they are the custodians of the cultural traditions of their communities and are mostly responsible for looking after women and children. Acknowledges that they are playing an increasingly important role in the country's development, advocating for women and children's rights. Recognizes that they are modernizing their role by learning new skills and networking with their counterparts in other African countries, whereby together they can play an increasingly important role in the continent's battle for girls' education and against female genital mutilation, early marriage, poverty, and other issues. Recalls that March the 8th is International Women's Day. May Ghana's women leaders never tire being advocates for change. Applaud Ghana's National Association for encouraging the formation of the Africa Queens and Women Cultural Leaders Network, which now numbers 20 countries and which seeks to advocate on child protection and working towards the elimination of female genital mutilation across Africa within the next 5 years. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Honourable Member, right at the back there.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that community-based violence erupted at Istebe near Mandeni on the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast on Sunday, the 6th of March, and flared up again yesterday morning. And also note that several people were treated for light injuries during protests that saw incident of stone throwing, vehicles being burnt, and 4 factories set alight. And notes that members of communities who were protesting are allegedly complaining about renomination of the ex-mayor for the upcoming election as the ANC ward candidate. Further notes that police units from as far as Mpange in Newcastle and Ulundi had to be deployed to restore order in the area. More than 50 people had been arrested for public violence, arson, and malicious damage to property. Finally notes that the violence has erupted once more this morning and another factory was set alight by the protesting community members. Wherefore, we call upon this House to express its utter condemnation of the violence of the protesting members of the East Tebe community and encourage the South African police to make every effort within reason to restore peace and order to the violence that has riddled East Tebe community. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the difficult working conditions security workers in Guaduguza under a company called Soviet Security. Further notes that security workers who have been with the company for more than 5 years, some more than 10 years, have not received a wage increase in the last 3 years. Acknowledges that the owner of Soviet Security failed to pay workers their July 2015 wage, and he sometimes pay a monthly salary after 2 months without wage. Recognize that while their wage have not increased in 3 years, cost of living has increased drastically. These security workers cannot afford to put food on the table, clothing for their children, pay for school fees, or even put a roof over their heads. Further acknowledge that the situation of Soviet security is just 1 in 1,000 cases, and until South Africa implements a national minimum wage of not less than 4,500, many workers will continue to be abused and exploited. Warn Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa that anything less than 4,500 as national minimum wage will not be acceptable and will not be considered a national minimum wage. Further call on all workers to reject the ANC in the next local government elections. Further remind workers that the EFF is their last hope for decent and national minimum wage.
There are no objections. I put the motion.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we object to the motion. The ANC objects.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to move on behalf of the EFF that the House notes that today marks the International Women's Day, which was inaugurated by socialist working class women formations in the early 1900s who were fighting for equal rights and the right to vote. Further notes that the EFF takes this opportunity of the International Women's Day to revive the socialist vision that was at the founding moment of the conception of the women's struggle associated with this day. That the ending of wage labor and production for profits is fundamental to the relation of genuine women emancipation. Acknowledge that the system of patriarchy in a capitalist society continues to normalize itself and its form of violence within wage labor regimes and the organization of the capitalist production for profit's sake. Majority of women in our country and the world still earn far less than their male counterparts for doing the same job. Further acknowledge that it is no secret that colonial societies have most been oppressive to black women and that the legacies of apartheid, colonialism, and slavery still weigh heavy on the black women of the world, rural in particular. Unemployment, poverty, and under-education remain challenges that affect women the most. Statistics also prove that women's access to land is limited or not an embarrassment to any claims of post-apartheid transformation. Women in South Africa own only 1% of the land. In many rural communities, this attests to the fact that emancipation of women is unthinkable without economic freedom. Further notes that the reason women continue to suffer is because men still have not unlocked themselves from the shackles of sexism and dehumanizing women's bodies. Women continue to be discriminated because they have wombs, and the responsibility of childcare still largely rests with them. Workplaces have not transformed to fully inculcate a culture of childcare that belongs to us all, as opposed to just women. Capitalism still refuses the responsibility of childcare and education from birth and making this not the business of the mothers, but fathers and the rest of society. Further acknowledge that black women's bodies continue to be socially oppressed, objectified in the broader symbolic economy of violence. The way they are presented in the media, film, and entertainment spheres continue to promote them as bodies and objects of sexual desire. Women who choose different sexualities, in particular black lesbians, are targets of unspeakable violence and rape. Further dedicated this International Women's Day to the women of Palestine who live under permanent conditions of war and violence due to Israel apartheid and occupation policies. Unless these women realize their freedom, which must access to the land, equality before the law, the right to vote, self-determination of Palestine in general, the freedom of women anywhere remains incomplete. I so move and I salute.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member? Honourable Mhlongo? No, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Mhlongo, wait. Honourable Fultani at the back there.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes that on Saturday, the 2nd of April, the Vodacom Bulls will go head-to-head against the Cheetahs in round 5 of the Vodacom Super Rugby. The Bulls will take to the field in a pink kit, a lot different from the previous one, you might remember. Further notes that fans will have a unique opportunity to get their hands on one of the 23 jerseys of the match. This kit is set to be a showstopper, and all is in the name of raising funds and awareness for the Cancer Association of South Africa as part of the Get Your Pink On campaign. Recognizes that this follows on the success of the first Get Your Pink On campaign between the Bulls and Cancer in 2012. Bulls have been pretty ballsy this year and have set a fundraising target of over R500,000, which they are aiming to achieve through the Jersey fundraiser. Further recognizes that 100% of all the funds raised through the Get Your Pink On campaign will go directly to Cancer to purchase an additional mobile health clinic. Wishes the Vodacom Blue Bulls success with their fundraising efforts in support of the Cancer Association of South Africa. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that illegal sand miners who have converged on the rivers of the Kruger Canyon biosphere, a protected UNESCO reserve, have done untold damage to the ecosystems in the area. Also notes that a recent investigation in the area highlighted the extent of the illegal practice of sand mining as well as the devastation of the ecosystems in this reserve. Further notes that huge tipper trucks, along with trucks ranging from 3 to 30 tons, as far afield as Gauteng and in Mpumalanga, were caught excavating land on the Karongwe River and a couple of the smaller tributaries near Barty River, which joins the Oliphant River and goes into the Kruger Park. Acknowledges that the Kruger National Park and Palabora form part of this biosphere. Also acknowledges that the reckless destruction of the bushveld by making roads to access rivers, as well as the total destruction of riverbeds and river systems, is alarming. Further acknowledges that biosphere reserves are designated regions throughout the world where internationally important ecosystems and protected areas, which lie close to human settlements, are established to promote solutions to reconcile the conservation of biodiversity and its sustainable use. Strongly condemns the irresponsible and illegal behavior of companies and individuals involved in adversely affecting the biodiversity, wildlife, bird life, and river life of our protected areas. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Now, Honorable Member, I'm advised that your motion was not circulated. And if that's true, then it doesn't, it will fall away.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
we've been in extensive correspondence with the table this morning. The email was sent with all the notice of motion at 9:35 this morning. I received it. Everybody else on the list received it. For some reason, there was a problem there. It was resent, but I assure you, I have copies. I can hand them up to the table. The notice of motions were all served in accordance with the procedure.
I will put the motion before the House. If it is confirmed, it's okay, it will proceed. Otherwise, it will not go ahead. I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member, go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House, 1, notes the City of Cape Town's recent illegal eviction of shack dwellers in Parkwood on the Cape Flats. 2, further notes that 70 people, including women and children, had nowhere to go and settled here on the weekend of the 21st of February 2016. 3, further notes that the city's anti-land invasion unit ascended on this community on the 23rd of February 2016 without an eviction order and proceeded to demolish their dwellings. That the anti-land eviction unit used rubber bullets, wounding several of the residents, including a 6-year-old child and a 70-year-old woman. That the South African Police Services used stun grenades on these helpless residents. 4, that the House moved swiftly to place a moratorium on all evictions to end the brutality meted to vulnerable homeless people, which are being used for target practice by the anti-land invasion unit. As you can see, rubber bullets shot in the back as he was running away. Furthermore, we call on the people of the Cape Flats to reject those parties that continue to condone the continued assault on African bodies in the upcoming local government elections. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member, Makausi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the ignorance of the Northern Cape COCTA on corruption cases against the senior municipal officials in the municipalities around John Taolo-Gaetsewe district. Further notes that the John Taolo-Gaetsewe district municipality is not providing guidance to municipalities as it should. Instead, it acts as a vehicle of corruption and an enrichment of ANC senior officials in the region. Acknowledges that corruption is the order of the day at this municipality. It recently smuggled a regional deputy chairperson of the ANC on its top management. Acknowledges that this man served as a teacher and a school manager at Remogo High School located in Maruping, the National Lottery for Development, and that the funds went missing under Neo Masigela, the current deputy chairperson of the ANC in John Town. Further notes that despite the level of poverty, underdevelopment that our rural schools are facing, this individual did not think twice. He looted the school, knowing that the ANC in the Northern Cape province will come to his rescue. We call on the people of John Taolo-Gaetsewe region to unite and fight corruption at all costs and demand what belongs to them. The EFF will stand side by side with them and expose corruption. We further calls on law enforcement agencies in the Northern Cape to probe the corruption and maladministration reported at the mentioned institutions and for the law to take its course. We, the EFF, will never allow government institutions to be run to the ground by corrupt ANC officials. We will demonstrate that after capturing power at Khasikhonyana, Jomrolong, Khamagara local municipalities, and the John Taolo-Gaetsewe district municipalities in the upcoming elections. We call on the entire Northern Cape community to reject the corrupt ANC in the coming election. The EFF is the only hope for the people of the Northern Cape and the rural communities of John Taolo-Gaetsewe. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ANC objects to the motion.
Motion falls away. Honourable Mhlongo.
I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that... Sorry, Deputy Chair. Can you call this racist man to keep quiet, man? Damn it.
Point of order.
Honorable Mhlongo, we agreed.
No, but they are insulting me, man, Deputy Chair. Please.
Honorable.
Hey, man, they are insulting me, man.
Honorable Mhlongo, why don't you bring to our
Call
attention...
them to order, Chairperson.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Deputy Speaker, point of order.
No, let me finish, please. Don't interrupt me while I'm speaking, please. Just take your seat. Honorable member, when I request you to withdraw, I mean it. You can't repeat it after being corrected. If you are offended by anyone in the House, draw that member's attention to us so that we must act on that. You can't yourself use language that is unparliamentary.
I withdraw. Can you then act on them?
Yes.
Before I proceed?
Yes. Honorable member, when you withdraw, you do so unconditionally. Don't give instructions.
I do withdraw, Deputy Chair.
Yes.
But can you act on them?
Honorable member, you haven't said what they have said. What do I act on them? What? On what basis do I act on them?
Do they have a leeway to insult a person on a podium?
No, of course they don't. They don't.
Call them to order, Deputy Chair.
Honorable members, please.
Okay, let me proceed.
Honorable member, please be orderly. Honorable members, it is inappropriate to continue doing things that you know are going to come back at you. Don't do that, please. I'm calling on all of you members to allow us to be able to run the House properly in the House. And honorable member, don't repeat your
let me proceed.
Language in the House.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, just take your seat,
Deputy Speaker,
yes.
I'd like to take a second point of order, if I may.
Yes.
The Honourable Mhlongo broke out into isiZulu and referred to members of Parliament as Amagundwan, rats.
I asked him to withdraw it. That's why I asked him to withdraw.
I asked him to. You asked him to withdraw the racist.
No, I heard him, honourable member. I asked him.
Can he withdraw? So he's withdrawing racists and rats.
I asked him to withdraw language that is unacceptable and unparliamentary.
But also, Deputy Speaker,
of course that's unparliamentary.
I agree with you, Deputy Speaker. I accept your ruling.
Yes.
But you know, people who dish out medicine must be prepared to take it themselves.
Honourable member.
Order, Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair, you can't allow the chief whip of the DA to...
No, you can't. He must withdraw those things, Deputy Chair.
Why are you scared of...
He is not a doctor. He is not a doctor.
You are both
the chief
out of
whip
order.
of DA is not a doctor. How does he know that people are on medication? He must withdraw that, Deputy Chair, please.
Take your seat. Honourable members, you are ridiculously out of... You had no business to speak. Nobody allowed you to speak in the first place. Allow Honourable Mhlongo to finish what he was doing. We will proceed with this.
Indeed, I'm on medication. I was fighting them.
Honourable member,
fighting these racists.
Honourable members, can you allow Honourable Mhlongo to finish, and then we must attend to that thing.
Deputy Speaker,
Honourable member, no. Honourable Stenhuisen, please take your seat. No, you can't speak. No, you can't speak. There are people with their hands up wanting to speak. Take your seats. Yes, Honourable Mhlongo.
Okay, let me proceed.
Yes.
Sit down. Philip, sit down.
I rise on behalf of EFF to move without notice that the House notes the poor service delivery in the municipality of Namakwaland in Northern Cape. Further, notes that almost every road infrastructure in this municipality can be good playground for golf due to potholes that exist everywhere. Poor workmanship is obvious in every road, and it is worse in the link roads to townships. Acknowledges that it is the Ministry for COGTA which must be held responsible for not supervising priority areas for expenditure, which result in non-compliance by this municipality with budget requirements as demanded by the Municipal Finance Management Act. Further acknowledges that the area has limited economic activity and has now experienced the closing down of mine in Versak area, which has brought about ghost town without any urban renewal taking place. Further noting that the economic nature of this municipality depends on three key economic drivers, namely mining, farming, and tourism. Prospects of sustainable economic growth in this area remains a pipe dream without state ownership of natural resources. Further acknowledges that Lamakundo and Elawa Lokeshawota.
Honorable Mhlongo, withdraw that.
Sorry.
You can't
Deputy
refer
Speaker.
to anyone
Deputy
as in
Speaker.
any way in any that language.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mbata, what
Yes.
are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of order, Deputy
What's
Speaker.
your point of order?
With due respect, Deputy Speaker, every time Honorable Mhlongo utters a sentence, there is a comment on the other end. And unfortunately, you can't hear it. We are not blaming you, Deputy Speaker, because you can't hear it. But you can't read when you have people in between your sentence swearing at you. How about that?
Yeah. Honorable members, I requested you to please desist. Honorable members, you can't be on your feet. Honorable member, you're out of order.
Deputy Speaker.
No, you can't do that. It's out of order. Honorable Klope, what are you rising on?
On a point of order, Deputy
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Member.
No, Deputy Speaker, we must not cause a confusion here. I'm a Zulu-speaking person. Amagundoan is not racist. So why are you saying Mhlongo must withdraw?
Honorable Klope, take your seat. You are thoroughly out of order. And don't ever repeat that. You are out of order. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Okay.
Honorable Mhlongo, please take your seat. Let me hear. Yes, Honorable.
Deputy Speaker, I've had my hand up for quite some time, but in the interjection period there, the Honourable Mhlongo turned again, despite your warning twice now to withdraw, and said these racists on my right. Let me just say to you that there's been considered rulings in this House before, and I refer you to Hansard, where it was said, and I quote, "It is never parliamentary to call another member a racist regardless of the context," unquote. I would ask that you examine the footage between the last 2 points of order and examine whether, in fact, the Honourable Mhlongo turned to the bench and said, "These racists on my right again." If so, after your consideration of the footage, would you please make a ruling on it, Deputy Speaker?
Let me help you, Deputy Chair. Let me help you.
Honorable members, please. Yes.
Let me help you, Deputy Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Deputy Chair, these racists, they have, in KZN, the leader of DA, Mr.
Honorable Mhlongo, I have now
raised a
asked you,
question
Honorable
on
Mhlongo.
racism within DA.
No, Honorable
Was
Mhlongo.
taken to task by these very same racists. They must accept
Honorable
they are
Mhlongo,
racist.
this is the third time and it's the final time.
I apologize.
You repeat that. You repeat that.
I
I'll
withdraw.
ask you to withdraw from the
I
House.
withdraw.
Is that clear?
I withdraw.
Yes. You mustn't even think about repeating it. This is the last time. I'm going to ask you to withdraw.
I withdraw, Basil. Okay, let me finish.
What are you raising on, Honorable Sope?
Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order.
Yeah, what's the point of order?
The chief whip of the DA stood up in the House, is on record to say...
Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo.
Oh.
Oi.
Deputy
What's going on?
Speaker.
No, honorable members, what are you doing? What are you screaming? What's happening? Honorable Mhlongo.
He's insulting me, Lompano. He's insulting me, Lompano Epuno.
No. Honorable members, this is despicable. I can't understand this.
Deputy Speaker, I'm on the
who are you pointing at? Who are you pointing out? Who are you pointing at? Who's that? Which member is that? No, tell me which member is that?
This man. This one. Yeah.
Honorable, which honorable member?
We're not racist, man. You.
Honorable member, what is it that you are saying to Honorable Mhlongo?
Deputy Speaker, with the greatest respect, I have no idea what this honourable member is referring to. Other than, I don't know the vernacular, Deputy Chair, but my colleague, Honourable Khadebe, tells me that this honourable member called me a piece of SHIT. So I would ask that he be asked to withdraw that comment. Thank you, Deputy.
Honorable members, you are really out of order. Honorable Mhlongo, Did you say what they say you said? Honorable member? All right?
I didn't say, I don't know what they are talking about. I really don't know.
Honorable members, I think we are going to have to take a different strange on this thing. I'm not warning anybody.
I said
I'm
warn
going to
them.
throw you out.
Rain on them.
Honorable Mhlongo, finish please and take your seat.
Further acknowledges that without equitable land redistribution, our people shall have no access to farming and tourism, as this depend on land ownership. We further call upon communities on Namahoi to vote for EFF in the upcoming local elections.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
Any further notices?
On a point of order,
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, we cannot allow a situation in the House where a chief whip of the DA diagnoses people and discloses their mental health or whatever health condition they have. It's incorrect. It can never be acceptable. He must withdraw and you must rule on that. We can never have in the House members of Parliament who call themselves honorable members diagnosing other people's health. No, it's incorrect. He is on record saying Member Mhlongo is taking medication. Who is he to know that? Who is he?
Agbare young speaker.
Ja, honorable member.
Punt van orde.
Yes.
Ek wil net vir die agbare lid sê ek is Dr. Groenewald. The medicine is correct from the chief.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
I want to, yes, honorable Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable.
Please, we must rule on that member who was just speaking. He said he's a doctor, so what he has said by the chief whip of the DA is correct. That is not correct.
Honorable
We can't, no, Deputy Speaker, we can't allow that. Who is the racist between Mhlongo and these two white males?
No, honorable.
Who is the racist between Mhlongo and these two white males in this house?
Honorable Shope, two wrongs don't make a right.
No, no, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker,
member,
you
allow
must
me-
make them to withdraw because this is very wrong. They are racist. They are very racist.
Honorable Mhlongo, honorable Shope, you sitting next to you. I also want to say in the House as a racist so that you allow the chair to make rulings.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
With due respect.
Yes.
I've been saying to this House, don't treat us as stepchildren.
No,
you don't,
no.
Let me just finish, Deputy Speaker, please.
Don't address me, please.
I'm saying to you, did you comment on the racist remarks by the FF Plus?
I have asked you, you haven't allowed me to rule. You stood up and spoke and made your insulting references to members.
That is not true, Deputy
And
Speaker.
I'm asking you to withdraw that.
Deputy Speaker.
Do you want to agree or not?
Let me just address you one more time.
I'm not allowing you on.
He must not diagnose himself.
Honorable Sope, withdraw your reference to members as racists. Withdraw that.
But they are. I withdraw.
Honorable Sope, I withdraw unconditionally. You must leave the House.
But they must.
Now. And I suggest that you leave the House now.
I don't have a problem with that because they are
please do that.
racist. Before you call those thugs.
No, honorable member, I suggest that you do not do that. You have to come back to the House, whatever. Your colleague raised a point of order. You want to add to it now?
I want to raise another point of order. One, Deputy Speaker, this
Yes.
whole confusion is caused by you. Your focus is only on EFF. The other people, the insults that they are doing, there's nothing that you're doing. Once we raise this EFF and address you based on what they are saying, then you start dealing with us. So I suggest that, can I finish? You've given me a platform. And that's the reason maybe sitting there that you start talking total, addressing us as exe. You see, so you also must be correct in dealing with these issues. This whole thing was started when Mhlongo was addressing, and then they started insulting him. But you only reacted on him. You did not talk to the other people. But now, because we are standing up and defending, now you are saying we have a problem. That's why
Honorable
saying
member,
Honorable Shengiwe,
Honorable member, you are out of order. Take your seat. I told you in the first place that your deputy chief whip. Take your seat. Sit down.
I'm out of order exactly like you.
Take your seat, Honorable.
Honorable member. Asked a question that who is racist between the two
on a point of
people.
order.
Take your seat.
She asked a question who is racist between the two males.
Deputy
Then you said she must withdraw. What is it that she was supposed to withdraw? By asking a question who is racist.
Deputy Speaker,
between
why
the
are
two
you
males,
allowing this?
and
You've
then
got
you
a button
said
to switch
she
off
must
his
go out.
microphone.
She must withdraw. Withdraw what?
Honorable members, I am going to come back on the point of order raised by this honorable member sitting in front here about what the honorable
It's member amended, Deputy Speaker. Member.
sitting here in the front. Honorable member, take your seat. That she has raised the point Honorable Steenhuisen said, and Honorable Groenewald, Honorable. I will rule on that matter. I'm going to look at Hansard because I think that's true. And I'm going to rule on that matter. I make these remarks is because these points of order that have been raised about what members are talking about are serious. I can't be interrupted. That is asking me to rule on this matter so that I can't make decisions on that matter. I have undertaken to do that, and I will do it soon.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
On point of order. I think the way you are running the House today, you are promoting racism because you are allowing them to walk on top of us.
Deputy Chair.
Honorable Mhlongo, there's a member on his legs. Can you take your seat? Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, it seems the only time we get recognized is if we have to stand up and draw your attention to the fact that we want to speak. But when we put our hands up, we don't get recognized, and other honorable members stand up and just speak. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we really want to know if we want this House to descend into a joke that it is descending into. There are rules that we've drawn up for this House. One of the rules is precedence of a presiding officer. And you've been making rules, you've been giving orders, but contesting what you are saying. Now, we can't allow that to happen, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because we believe that the country needs people to deal with poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and not for people to get airtime here and stand up and continuously take sometimes frivolous points of order. So we really want you to consider this matter very seriously, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, including some of you who have stood up to make claims about me allowing members to speak here, you are not helping this House. You are self-adding to the confusion. You know that members are supposed to react in which manner when they are asked to respond. I've been saying this in front of you, telling members not to do what they are doing. This is why I asked Honorable Kope to leave the House, because of precisely what we are talking about. Honorable Mhlongo, what are you raising on?
No, Deputy Chair, I'm very much highly offended because to be told by a white man who, to be told by a white man who made me at my age of 16 to go and carry AK-47 on my back and tell me rubbish in this parliament.
Honorable Mhlongo,
and
I
you
told
endorsing
you.
them.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Wait, Chief.
Honorable Mhlongo, I
It
told
is
you.
completely. I am suffering from asthma because I was fighting the
Honorable Mhlongo.
horrible deeds. These
Honorable
people
Mhlongo,
imposed on my people. I am not apologetic about that.
Honorable Mhlongo.
And I will never apologize for what I did.
Honorable
It was
Mhlongo.
just and it was necessary. And even in future,
Honorable
I will
Mhlongo.
do it if I'm called upon.
I asked you not to use offensive language in the House. You have done it, and I request you to leave, sir. Honorable Mhlongo, I request you to leave the House. Withdraw from the House. Honorable members, I request that you be orderly.
Deputy Speaker, just one last point, please.
What are you raising, Honorable Member?
Deputy Speaker, it obviously doesn't serve us when the House descends into chaos, and there's a misunderstanding that members, I think, need to grasp. When someone is heckled, there are even rules about that. You may not use unparliamentary language. You may not speak so loudly that the speaker can't be heard, and the presiding officer would make rules and pronouncements in that regard. But heckling is being spoken about in this House now as if it's racist to heckle. And that's a misunderstanding. We need to clarify to members that heckling has been part of a political process in parliaments around the world for hundreds of years. It's normal, but it has rules. No unparliamentary language, no racist language, and various other rules which you yourself would implement. I would just appeal to members, let's not start calling each other racist because people are heckling. It's normal. But you yourself would make rulings about the loudness of the heckling and members using unparliamentary language, and then we wouldn't have things descend the way they are now. I'm just appealing to members.
Honorable Speaker, may I have your attention, please?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, may we ask Honorable Stenhuisen to withdraw, failure which he must leave the House because he has also violated the rules of Parliament. He has diagnosed a member of this House. Thank you.
Honorable Mzwandile.
Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
With due respect to what you have said, I don't think in whatever form or shape it is acceptable for any member here to refer to any member's state of health as a joke. Two, in as much as we want to understand certain things, but we can never understand references made as a joke to somebody's state of health. I think that must be withdrawn. I agree with Honorable Deputy Minister there. We cannot take that one lightly.
Honorable, but I said to you that this matter is being attended to. I'm going to rule on it here.
Honorable Deputy
The
Speaker.
team is listening to this thing here, and we'll come back to you right now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable
We are
Chair.
also in the House as members of Parliament. Can we be protected? Can we proceed with the business of the House because you have already ruled that you are coming back with the rulings? You are going to listen to Hansard. Please protect us, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We didn't come to this House to listen to what is happening now in this House. The House is now chaotic. Can you please protect us? Our rights must be protected. It cannot be that we are coming here to listen to one and two parties only. We have more than two parties in this House. We also want to participate in the business of this House. Please, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, you intend to make a ruling on what the Honorable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance said. I understand that. English is not my mother tongue, but I understand that it's a known saying or a metaphor to refer to something when somebody...
Honorable Member.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Member, I said I'm going to rule on that matter.
I know.
Don't educate me.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Don't educate me on that matter. I'm going to come back
That's
to
good,
rule on
sir.
that matter.
Then you know that it's a saying, it doesn't refer to a medical condition. It's very good. Thank you.
Honorable members, any further notices of motion, motions without notice? Yes, honorable member, at the back there. Yes, honorable member, what are you rising on?
Deputy Speaker, this man over here. I don't know
Honorable
his name.
member, honorable
Mulder,
member.
He just threatened me now, Speaker. This is what we are being subjected to. Because you're allowing them to get away.
Honorable
with
member.
Verbal abuse on
What are
that
you
side,
saying?
assaulting us. This man just threatened me.
Huh?
That one there, Mulder. He threatened me now, Speaker.
He said what?
He threatened me. He threatened he's going to beat me. That one, that old man. That old man.
No, honorable member, please, man, be careful of your language. Honorable
No, but he
member,
threatened he
why
was
do you
gonna
threaten
beat
now
me.
that honorable member there? Honorable member, did you threaten him?
Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I threatened no one, and I suggest we continue with the business of the day, and we should not take seriously some of the irrelevant things being said by some members. Thank you.
Honorable members, can you stop this? Yes, honorable member, proceed. Sorry, you're already on the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that this House notes with sadness the death of a struggle veteran, Habakuk Shikwane, in a car accident on Friday, the 27th February 2016 in Libuaho, Limpopo. Acknowledges that Habakuk was one of the foremost black industrialists who was widely known for his business acumen and innovation through his Habakuk cane furniture, which employed hundreds of our people. Further acknowledges that his cane furniture survived harsh conditions under apartheid and became one of the flagships of black entrepreneurs. Recalls that he left Limpopo in 1944 to work in Johannesburg and later joined the Communist Party of South Africa and the African National Congress, participating in many political programs and activities. Further recalls that with the banning of the ANC in 1960, Habakuk was amongst 1,000 of activists of the ANC and the SABC who were detained and subjected to detention without trial. Believe that this commitment to the ideals of a higher and a better social order in persons will always be cherished, and extends condolences to his family and his fellow ANC and SACP comrades. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Yes, honorable member.
Ngiyabonga, Sekela Somlomo. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes with concern the manner in which the chronic skills deficiency in the SAPS is severely hampering the implementation of the mandates of the Forensics Oversight Board with respect to the collection of DNA samples from sentenced offenders. Further notes that since the DNA Act came into effect on 31 January 2015, the SAPS had only managed to collect a severely underwhelming 126 reference samples from a population of 162,423 offenders as of 23 February 2016, due to a highly constrained capacity of officers who were sufficiently skilled to do sample taking. Further notes that this effectively means that the SAPS has only achieved 0.0015% of what could reasonably be projected to be its targets for DNA sample collection in the first year. The DNA Act requires collection of samples from all persons serving an imprisonment sentence within 2 years of the Act taking effect. So it would be expected that somewhere in the region of 81,211 offenders would have had their DNA samples taken by now for processing by the forensic science laboratories. Further notes that the Forensics Oversight and Ethics Board states that the reasons for the massive backlog in collecting offender samples were firstly, refusal by SAPS detectives to do sample taking in correctional facilities because it would be too time-consuming, And secondly, failure by the SAPs to create dedicated teams to do the sample collection, both of which are underpinned by the general understaffing problems in the police service. Expresses strong displeasure with the unacceptable situation of sentenced offenders being released from prison without DNA samples having been taken, due to the high risk that this poses in light of the high recidivism rates among released offenders, and calls on the SAPS management urgently to jack up their operation in order to meet their obligations in respect of the DNA Act, because our ability to fight crime effectively depends on it. I so move.
There are no objections. I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to.
Deputy Speaker, we didn't receive that motion, so we cannot accept it.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you,
Motion
Honourable
is
Deputy
subject.
Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honourable House notes that in November 2015, more than 1,000 shacks were destroyed in a fire in Masipumelele village in Cape Town, leaving thousands homeless. Also notes that more than 250 people are currently living in the Masipumelele community hall under very poor conditions, including sleeping on mattresses so thin that you could feel the cemented floor. And further note that one of the mothers living in the Masipumelele community hall had to be separated from two of 8-year-old little boys, opting to hand them over to a relative due to the poor conditions, which also has a safety risk as doors are left open and vagrants and those under the influence of alcohol enter the premises to use the toilet facilities. Finally, note that the City of Cape Town has only assisted in building 18 shacks compared to over 1,000 that had been destroyed. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to express its disappointment at the lack of urgency in addressing the plight of these people left homeless by the fire, and call on the relevant authorities to address the challenges faced by this underprivileged community and take urgent steps to provide alternative, decent and acceptable accommodation. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the learners of a Section 21 school, Lower Ngocha Junior Secondary, have been forgotten by the ANC. EFF is their last hope for free quality education. Further notes that the school does not have toilets, running water, and any sanitation infrastructure. As a result, learners are constantly sick and absent from school. And one child fell into the pit and she nearly died. Acknowledges that the parents and the community of Lower Ngocha acknowledge their plight and the courage effort for trying to build toilets, but without running water, those toilets will be of any use. Further acknowledges that school buildings are on the verge of collapsing. It is a disaster waiting to happen. When it rains, classes are interrupted and learners are forced to go home. Further note that the school does not have security, leaving learners vulnerable as anyone can come into the school and they come and go as they please. Calls on the Minister of Education to provide Lower Ngocha Junior Secondary School with proper infrastructure, build a new school with proper classes, with chairs, tables, computers, science lab, and lab material. Further calls on Kofimvaba District Office to take matters raised by communities serious while there is still time for engagement. Further call on the people of Kofimvaba to reject the ANC in upcoming local government election for failing to give their children quality free education. I hope the Deputy Minister is listening. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ANC objects to the motion.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the high visibility of the South African Police Service and Metro Police over the course of this past registration weekend. Particularly notes the work of the South African Police Service and the Tshwane Metro Police Department in Mabopane and Winterveld. Congratulates our men and women in blue for their dedication and commitment to ensuring a free and fair registration process, and thanks officers across the country for their hard work in ensuring this. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to.
Honorable Speaker,
Sorry.
the motion was not circulated, unfortunately. We don't have it.
Honorable members, you know the rules.
Sorry, Deputy
yeah.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, as I said to you earlier, Mrs. Lyons is investigating. The email was circulated, it was sent out with all 9 attachments to it. I provided the National Assembly table with a copy, and I've shown Mrs. Lyons a copy, hard copy of the email that was circulated.
The table will confirm it, and they will work with that. We'll work on that basis. No, that's not the issue. Hey, isn't that? Honorable Member, Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, Honorable Steenhuisen, I'm told that even the table they did not receive it. So the attachments that were found were 2, and so as a result of that, those motions that were not circulated will not be recorded.
Deputy Speaker, if I may, I've provided a hard copy of the email that got sent at 9:35 a.m. with all the attachments there too. I've shown it to Mrs. Lyons.
Yes.
You can't discriminate against members when we've complied.
No. Honorable
It was
Member,
sent to all the National Assembly table people.
We work with the table in front of us here to verify, and if you are right, that will be so. If you are not right, it will be thrown out. This is all I'm saying, so you don't have to be paralyzed by that. That's all I'm saying. Honorable members, any further notices? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows with sadness the death of Henrietta Waterwich Kutsie, mother of the fallen Umkhonto weSizwe hero Robbie Waterwich, at the weekend after a long illness. Remembers that Henrietta belonged to MK's Ashley Creel detachment together with her son Robbie, who was killed in July 1989, along with his fellow comrade Colin Williams, in a mysterious condition when their dismembered bodies were found opposite Athlone Magistrate Court. Recognizes that despite huge personal sacrifice, including that her parents and siblings were forcibly removed from Good Hope to Athlone, Henrietta continued to inspire and dedicate her life to the service of most vulnerable, working for most of her adult life at the Lily Boom Youth Care Center in Belgravia Estate, and expresses its sincere condolences to Henrietta's family and loved ones on the loss of this spirited woman. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on Sunday, the 6th of March, the ANC chairperson, Baleka Mbete, visited Everton Mall in Johannesburg to drum up support for the party over the registration weekend ahead of the 2016 local government elections. Also notes that Ms. Mbete was met with hostility from those at the mall who she was trying to persuade to register to vote for the ANC, as reported by the Citizen newspaper on the 7th of March under the headline, "Rough Ride for ANC Vote Catcher in Joburg." Further notes that a particular shopper, Mr. Tabang Mameko, told the Speaker that he did not intend voting for the ANC and that if he would vote, it is going to be for the DA. Acknowledges that, as said by Mr. Mameko, the ANC has lost its culture since Nelson Mandela died. Look at what President Jacob Zuma is doing to our country. They became rich, we became poor. Also acknowledges that it is evident from the comments as expressed by Mr. Mameko that more and more South Africans believe that the Democratic Alliance is the only party that can deliver a future underpinned by freedom, fairness and opportunity. I so move.
There are no objections. I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the motion was not circulated and the ANC rejects it too.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Member at the back. Yes, ma'am.
Baqala njalo bakhuzi. Ngithi kulendlu njengelungu le-EFF nazi imanga zalabantu abakhuluma kakhulu. eBhayi kunemizi eminingi enamanzi ngangokuthi umama uMachawe ukhala ngokuthi ngeke aphinde avote ngoba kade ayikhala ngenkinga yendlu yakhe kodwa lutho usizo. Iqhekeka yonke indawo kungena imvula nasemaceleni. Uminister wezindlu uyalazi lolu daba. Ulwazi njengokuba nosonhlala kahle bayalwazi lolu daba nenkinga yezindlu eziningi ezilapha eBhayi ku Ward 53. Azinabo abanikazi zihlala abantu abayiqashile kubona bakhokho 1000 ngenyanga. Abanikazi balezi zindlu abaziwa nazo ngokukanjalo ziyakreka zonke ngaphansi azinayo lento ebizwa ngokuthi ifoundation. Imvula ingena emaceleni yonke indawo. Inkinga ekhona yilaba ominister abakhona be-ANC abakhohlwa ukuthi bavikele abantu abangabavoti bala eSouth Africa. Instead of that bavikela umangameli upresident uJacob Zuma. Lalelani ke EFF sizimisela ukubheka yonke indawo ukubheka lama good story to tell njalo nibanga umsindo njengoba ubanga nje ukuthi ayenzeka yini lama good story to tell ngoba thina njenge-EFF ngeke sikumele ukubona abantu base South Africa bekuhlukunyezwa ezweni labo khokho babo sangathi abona bala and isihlalo lapho ngaphambili bengiyocela ubakhuza abantu bakho. Nawe unenkinga ukuthi manje kuba kuyangami ngabe ngithi nawe phumela emnyango ngoba ngempela uyahluleka ukumanage ubanga impi ngaphakathi.
On a point of order, Chairperson. Deputy Speaker. He cannot cast aspersion on the sitting chair. Please, can you tell?
Honorable member knows that. I spoke to her about it in the House. We shouldn't be doing that. Honorable members, I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the motion again was not circulated and the ANC rejects it.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Makause? The motion falls away.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the poor, inhumane conditions emergency health care practitioners of John Taolo Gaetsewe district in the Northern Cape work under. Further notes that these are committed men and women who try under difficult circumstances to serve our rural communities, who are the most neglected communities under the ANC inept and corrupt government. Acknowledges that the growing challenges of shortage of ambulances at the station to respond to calls leading to preventable deaths and of course, under this government, black lives do not matter. Only their votes count. Further acknowledges the poor conditions their operational center is as there are no lights and no security. And that anything that can happen at night when female EHPs are on duty will again be blamed on them, Honorable Minister. Further note that the Northern Cape Department of Health continuously and deliberately ignores the workers' call for better working conditions. We call on the provincial government, especially the newly appointed MEC Mutlaping, to head to the call of the workers and ignore cadre deployment that happened in John Taolo. Honorable Minister, I don't know what happened because the appointment of district managers throughout South Africa was headed by your office. But in John Taolo Gaetsewe, an error happened. That district notes members
It's been headed by a clueless district manager who continuously fails the system. There is no improvement year in, year out. Workers cannot, under these difficult circumstances, perform their duties. We call on your government to respect people of South Africa, to respect the public servants of South Africa, and respond to their call. We further call on the people of Johntown to hang in there and support those who work under difficult circumstances and know that the EFF will come to their rescue. We will win elections in 2019, and when we take government in 2019, their conditions will be bettered. I so move.
There are no objections. I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are again objecting and rejecting the motion of the EFF.
The first item on the order paper is member statements. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress commends the Department of Basic Education under the leadership of Honorable Angie Motshekga for hosting an outstanding award ceremony in recognition of great teachers on the 27th February 2016 in Midrand. This event has grown from strength to strength over the years, and we applaud the department for recognizing hard-working teachers of our nation. The event also showcases what can be achieved when government partners with private sector, which sponsored the event. This event not only honors teachers who made it through the difficult adjudication process to the national finals, but also serves to inspire teachers from across the country and instill pride and honor in the teaching profession. We encourage our teachers to continue being innovative, dedicated in their efforts to help in moving the country forward. Together, we move South Africa forward. I thank you.
Deputy Speaker, at the very time we welcome clinical trials to test the genetically modified canary pox virus that shows signs of preventing HIV, which in turn is based on the established fact that the human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV, causes AIDS, we are reminded of former President Thabo Mbeki's perverse pseudoscience and his reckless misstatement of fact when he said that a syndrome cannot alone be caused by a virus. The politician pretending to be a scientist resulted, according to the Harvard University study, in the premature death of 330,000 people. It left a legacy of 6.8 million living with HIV/AIDS as of 2014, which the nation's health community placed on treatment. Not only Mr. Mbeki should take responsibility for this monumental human calamity, but all those in leadership positions in the African National Congress, the private sector and universities who cowered in silence, capable only of muttering dissent under their breath. It was a proud moment for the Treatment Action Campaign, the Constitutional Court, and some brave individuals that forced government to roll out ARVs, and the civil servants and medical officers of principle, like Dr. Farid Abdullah in the Western Cape, who quietly went about providing treatment. I thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF acknowledges millions who heeded the call by the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Silo Malema, and the EFF leadership to come out in numbers to register, to vote, and exercise their democratic rights. We call on all members of society who could not go to voting stations in the weekend to visit the IEC offices to register to vote from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. weekdays. The EFF further acknowledged all fighters and ground forces for their self-sacrificing and courageous acts, despite political intolerance and hostility from the people who are resorting to violence, especially the ruling party, ANC. We saw fighters, despite lack of limited resources, finding creative means and ways to send a message to the public to go and register to vote. The leadership of the EFF would like to thank you. We appreciate the work well done. The leadership of the EFF would also like to thank members of public whom, without being asked, saw the need to deliver food and water to EFF party agents across all voting centers. Again, we encourage all members of society to register to vote the EFF. The EFF can only champion radical economic policies with the CIC in the Union building. EFF, our last hope for jobs and service delivery. Thank you.
ANC.
Sekela somlomo nendlu yakho ehloniphekile. Abahlali basendaweni ebizwa ngokuthi kusenkantolo village ngaphansi kwembizane municipality kwiphondo lase Eastern Cape lapho kuzalwa uOR Tambo ongumongameli weANC. I-Demarcation Board yahlula indawo yesikhumbuzo namangcwaba kanye nekhaya lakwaTambo. Isikhumbuzo sawela kuWard 4, ikhaya kuWard 27. Umphakathi ngokulekelelwa ngumasipala benze izincomo baphinda futhi bakhalaza ngalesi sinqumo se-Demarcation Board. Isiphakamiso sabo sokuba zonke lezi zindawo ezibalulekile zibe kwiwadi enye ngoba ukwahlukahlukana sekudale uqhekeke kubahlali. Sicela ungqongqosho wezomnyango ozokubambisana kuhulumeni kanye nendlu yenkosi abheke ukuthi kukhona yini okungenziwa ukulungisa lesi simo. Enkosi.
Siyabonga. IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. With dam levels in the country in a state of crisis, and most particularly in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, where we are seeing levels in the region of 20% capacity, we can conservatively estimate that these dams will run dry by October of this year. Utungulu District Municipality is the Water Services Authority and has control over the Utugela River, which has an abundant supply of water, most of which flows out into the sea. Water extraction from the Utugela River, which is currently at 1 megaliter per day, is then pumped into the Umhlatuzo River and then gravity fed into Pobane Dam, which then feeds other water sources in these drought-stricken areas. Honorable House Chair, the immediate solution seems to be the increase of water allocation from the above-mentioned Utugela River from 1 to 2 megaliters per day. Why is this not being done? Can the Minister speak to this proposed solution? Thank you.
Stogoze, NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we are preparing for 2016 local government elections, we are laying the foundation for a free and fair elections. And it is important that we raise our concerns from the onset if we wish to achieve our objective. The National Freedom Party, having analyzed our experience during the first voter registration weekend, held this past Saturday and Sunday, want to raise the following issues. Firstly, the recent demarcations which have come into effect are causing great confusion at a grassroots level. There is, for example, confusion about the location of voting districts. This we experienced firsthand in Ward 89 Mlazi in Durban, where people were being frustrated at this inconsistency. In other instances, it has been reported to us that the transfer of information of voters from previous wards to newly demarcated wards has been incomplete or inaccurate. We find this trend very alarming, for if the integrity of the voters' roll is in question, then chances of free and fair elections will be severely compromised. We also believe the government did not make sufficient effort to address the apathy of youth to register to vote. The NFP believes that youth are a very important constituency in the bigger South African political landscape.
Thank you.
And
Your time
every
is
effort
up.
must be made to engage in
Honourable
the
Member,
democracy.
your time for statement is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress, our glorious movement, would like to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Jacob Zuma on his appointment by the UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, to be a co-chairperson of the high-level UN Commission on Health, Employment, and Economic Growth. President Zuma will co-chair this important commission with his counterpart, the President of France, His Excellency President Francois Hollande. Mr. Ban Ki-moon has established this important commission to stimulate employment creation in health in the whole world, especially in the least developed economies. Its focus is symbiotically linked to Agenda 2030 on Sustainable Development Goals as adopted in September 2015. It is our considered belief that this commission and its work will go a long way in addressing the stubborn challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. The ANC is of a considered view that the international community continues to recognize African leadership and leadership qualities of President Jacob Zuma, despite efforts by some in this House.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Your time has expired. Cope.
Honourable Chair, the Tlokwe by-election scandal, which resulted in the Constitutional Court setting aside the results of a number of by-elections in Tlokwe local municipality and the ordering of fresh by-elections because the elections were not free and fair, has cast doubt on the validity of our national common voters' roll, cast doubt on the integrity of the IEC to conduct elections in a free and fair manner, cast doubt on the integrity and credibility of our electoral system, cast doubt as to whether the impending local government elections will be able to be held within our constitutional time frame, and as a consequence, put on hold by elections across the country and threatened the pillars upon which our constitutional democracy is built. We currently face a constitutional crisis that remains unresolved. It is common cause that the scandal was occasioned as a consequence of the ANC purposefully encouraging.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. ANC.
Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. The Happy Valley Primary School in the city of Cape Town is around 50 meters away from the Happy Valley community. 50 meters may not be such a lot. However, it is dense Cape Town bush. The headmaster said, and I quote, "The learners won't see their assailants coming." With the muggings of parents walking their young children to school already being reported to the police, and the trauma that the 50 meters of unprotected walk must be for those little children, we call on the national government to immediately intervene and protect our children, because the Democratic Alliance have failed at a local level, a district level, and a provincial level to do so. National government should be deployed, should deploy security to protect our children, while the DA and their private education company, Mellon Educate, find a long-term solution. If Happy Valley Primary is an example of what happens when a school is privatized by the DA, then I fear for the rest of the children in the Western Cape. Reckless endangerment of minors comes to mind. Shame on the DA. Must we wait till the child is attacked before the situation becomes news? The Democratic Alliance have once again proven that for them, non-white votes count, but non-white people don't. Thank you.
DA. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the compensation fund is in complete disarray. Last week, the Director General of the Department of Labour appeared before SCOPA. The Minister was conspicuous in her absence. This is no wonder, as the Minister Oliphant has overseen fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the tune of over R1 billion in the 2014-15 financial period alone. Out of 129 investigations into this expenditure, only 8 cases involving 6.9 million have been referred for disciplinary inquiries. The entity's CFO has been on suspension for 11 months at a cost of R1.1 million to the taxpayer. 4 other directors were simply moved sideways back into the Department of Labour. Between 2013 and 2015, the fund received 3 disclaimer audit opinions in succession. Since June 2015, the Minister has promised an action plan and quarterly reports to SCOPA. To date, we have not received even one. Lip service and platitudes are Minister Oliphant's only intervention. It is quite clear that the Minister is simply turning a blind eye to whose grubby hands are in the petty cash tin in yet another ANC spaza shop. The Democratic Alliance SCOPA team will relentlessly pursue this entity and will end this catastrophe of financial mismanagement. This is vital to the physical well-being and peace of mind of workers across South Africa. We will not flinch from that duty. Siyeza, siyabangena.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you. The community of Limpopo notes with appreciation the
Order, honourable members.
Chairperson, the community of Limpopo notes with appreciation the construction of state-of-the-art High Court in the province to make justice more and easily accessible to all citizens, irrespective of their social standing or their economic power. Chairperson, this is a true reflection of what the ANC is doing, delivery of services. The Limpopo High Court started operating early this year, and it has reduced traveling to Pretoria, where Limpopo residents previously had to go to attend to their cases in the North Gauteng High Court. When asked how she felt now that Limpopo has got its own High Court under the leadership of Judge President Ephraim Makhuba, one resident responded by saying, "Meutlile tlala arets." The High Court has also boosted the provincial property market, with properties in the vicinity of the High Court selling at a fast pace. This is further evident that the ANC is more than prepared to serve communities better by giving practical meaning to the constitutional imperative of providing equal access to justice, and an indication that we care about our judiciary and its independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will inquire from the table staff next time if our idioms can be said in full. Thank you very much. AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As AIC, we do appreciate the initiative that has been taken by IEC to meet all the political parties represented in Parliament. It is in these meetings that we have discussed the Electoral Code of Conduct, the concerns that we have as other parties regarding the issue of SATU presiding officers, the manner in which the objections are attended, the corruption and the rigging of election results, and the tendency of the local IEC officials of being in favor of the ruling party. The promise that was about this, that concerns will be attended to. We therefore hope that they will keep their promise, unlike yesterday. However, we wish that the elections results should not be released while there are still objections that have not been resolved. We want to put it on record that the IEC local officials are spoiling the image of IEC because nationally and provincially we don't have any problem. Remember, as South Africa, we are regarded as one of the best democracies in the world. Let therefore these officials not spoil the image of IEC. We want free and fair elections. We also wish to advise IEC that they should also let all those that have registered already to upgrade their registration, that is in terms of physical addresses. They should.
Thank you very
learn
much.
from
Your time
IEC.
has expired.
AIC is here to stay. Thank you.
ANC.
Honorable Chair.
ANC.
Mtsamwashtul.
Ah.
Nikesile. Honorable House Chair, quality of public roads in Limpopo have improved. The people of Limpopo in Mopani are very grateful and happy about the progress with regard to service delivery to our communities. Visible services delivery can be seen through the road infrastructure. R81 from Polokwane via Giani, Malamlele to Pondo Maria. R71 from Polokwane through Makobastluf, Tsanini, the Garden of Eden, to Palabura, the home of Big Five, leading to Kruger National Park. From Makado through Sukmekar, Muketsi, and Mojaji, the home of Rain Queen, to Zanini, the road from Giani through Siandani Mapuwe, Malonga, to Vuani. These are the first-class roads infrastructure provided by the ANC government. ANC Isa Bukorokiri Ekavanu Siakuwa.
Cancer, DA.
Voorzitter, verlede jaar het die DA beswaar aangeteken teen die samensmelting van Modimolle en Mokopong munisipaliteite, want two wrongs doesn't make a right. Gemeenskappe eis die afdanking van die burgemeester in Modimolle en het verlede week 'n vernietigende optog gehou waarop hulle tot vandag toe geen antwoord het nie. Verlede maand besluit die Raad om onder artikel 135 van die Wet op Finansiële Bestuur geplaas te word. Gereeld word raadsvergaderings nie gehou nie. Verlede donderdag word 'n spesiale raadsvergadering belê en die ANC caucus boikot hulle eie vergadering en daag nie op nie. Hoekom? 'n Verdoemende verslag is op die agenda waarin politici, onder andere die burgemeester en die spreker, beskuldig word van intimidasie en inmenging in die werksaamhede van die munisipale bestuurder. Na bewering gee hulle instruksie om betalings van onder andere 1,3 miljoen rand aan 'n sekere diensverskaffer te maak, toekenning van 'n sekuriteitstender waarby 2 raadslede moontlik betrokke is en die aanstelling van 'n hooffinansiële beampte word sedert 2015 Julie maand verhinder. Ook is kriminele klagte teen die hoofsweep, Grace Mashitishu, gelê vir beweerde tenderbedrog en so gaan dit aan. Gister keer die munisipaliteit 'n aansoek van die inwoners om vreedsaam te betoog en 'n memorandum aan die burgemeester met hul griewe te oorhandig af.
Dankie, agbare lid, u se tyd is om.
Het dringend 'n nuwe regering nodig, die DA.
ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC commends the Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and Members of Parliament, and all those who were instrumental in ensuring the recent Youth Empowerment Expo, which was held on the 20th February 2016 at the Soweto campus of the University of Johannesburg, was a resounding success. The slogan by the Deputy President on the day was, "Book before boys, because boys bring babies." Over 10,000 youth and learners took part in the successful Youth Empowerment Expo. Departments and also participated in the expo were the Departments of Health, Home Affairs, Higher Education and Small Business Development, Public Works, Labor, Telecommunication, etc. Buntle Chomani from Klespruit High School shared her excitement and gratitude for as the expo gave her an opportunity to interact and exchange ideas with the Deputy President. The attendance of the ministers and deputy ministers as well as MPs brought hope and encouragement to the youth present. Learners were encouraged to work hard and pursue excellence in their studies despite whatever challenges facing them. I thank you.
Raleboga. We have come to conclusion of the statements. Do we have ministerial responses? Minister of Labour, Minister of Health, Minister of Culture. Let me remind the ministers that you only have 2 minutes to respond. Or Deputy Minister of Education. 2 minutes to respond. Deputy Minister of Transport. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 spots. I only have 5. Any other minister? Minister of Higher Education. Honorable Oliphant, Minister Oliphant.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I just want to advise the honorable member from the DA that in terms of protocol, there is a separation of power between executive and parliament. And I'm not a member of the portfolio committee, but I attend the portfolio committee as per the invite by the chairperson. If I'm not invited by the chairperson, I can't attend. Secondly, on the issues of alleged corruption, that particular issue was submitted for the investigation by the SIU. I just want to tell the member that the SIU does not report to the minister, but the SIU reports to the president. And secondly, and lastly, Chair, is that as the Department of Labor, we are not going to privatize compensation since that is your wish as the DA. Unfortunately, I will never let that one to do because this money is for the workers, it's not for the private sector. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtswaledi.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I know that the DA are wrapping their hands in glee and excitement in their belief that former President Thabo Mbeki's statement can have the prospects of taking the country back to the AIDS denialism era so that the DA can have a field day in attacking the state. Please stop your excitement. Our HIV/AIDS program is so big, the biggest in the world, so successful, one of the most successful programs of our century, that there is no statement on earth that can change it. And I'm not sure where the DA is getting their excitement from. So successful has been this program that one of the world's experts on HIV and AIDS said the life expectancy that has changed because of this program has got the same impact as that which happened during abolition of slavery. That was Professor Salim Karim. So no statement is going to change it. Just leave your excitement aside. This is a very entrenched program. It won't change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair.
Order, honorable members.
House Chair.
Please, honorable members, order. Can you reset the time for me? Thank you.
House Chair, indeed, an avalanche of questions. Let's see how it goes. Let's take this opportunity as COGTA to commend all role players who ensured that during this voter registration weekend, we had a very successful campaign of voter registration. Instead of taking a myopic and a self-centered approach of praising only one party, let me take this opportunity to praise all political parties for the tolerance displayed, but also take this opportunity to express our word of gratitude to community leaders, traditional leaders, church leaders, and everyone who made it a point that we have a successful voter registration weekend. And I must also very quickly, House Chair, take this opportunity to warn members to undermine a reputable institutions like IEC. The repetition of IEC is not in doubt. IEC is highly recognized internationally, it's highly recognized in the continent, and that's why countries are looking at us, to learn good, examples of conducting elections. So I really want to warn members not to fall into the temptation of really undermining our own Chapter 9 institutions that are highly recognized. The credibility of the IEC is not in doubt, and I think the IEC so far, it has been doing a good work, to take forward our development agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Surke.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, with regard to the National Teachers Award, it's an opportunity for us to recognize the enormous contribution made by our educators who go beyond the line of duty to ensure that we provide quality education to our learners. I wish to announce that tonight on SABC 2 at 9:30, the show would be broadcast, and we would invite our honorable members to participate in it, because it's not only an opportunity to see who has achieved so much amongst our educators, but also an opportunity for our learners to showcase their talent. We have focused on the ability of our learners rather than having outsource people entertaining in this particular event, and I think it's something worth looking at. With regard to the issue of safety in schools, we are committed to creating an environment that's conducive to learning. Just last year in December, we had a huge summit dealing with security and safety in schools, where we dealt with the issues of drugs, bullying, possession of firearms. Many schools in the Western Cape have a particular problem with regard to gangsterism, drug use and abuse, and possession of arms. And we have to work collaboratively with the department, with the police, as well as the Department of Education. I shall be meeting with the MEC for Education tomorrow in a Council of Education Ministers meeting, and I will raise the concern regarding the learners in Happy Valley with the Minister. It is important that we look at the safety of our learners and our educators, because that environment is very, very necessary in order to have quality education and learning and teaching to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Chikunga.
Siyabonga sihlalo wendlu. Ngisukuma welcome istatement esenziwe umhlonishwa uMavundla weANC ngemgwaqo yaseLimpopo. Siyavumelana kakhulu nesisho esashiwo ubaba uBishop Lukhanyane waseLimpopo ukuthi iDepartment of Transport both ku-national na ku-province iresponde ngokushesha ekusizeni emgaqweni yaseLimpopo. Njenge-department siyayazi imigwaqo yethu ukuthi injani, siyayazi emihle eyigolide, siyayazi engemihle, siyayazi ephuwa, sinaso leyo information. And i-grant yethu esiyisa kuma-provinces isihamba sonke, isiyasebenza kakhulu, ngakho-ke siyacabanga ukuthi sihle lesi statement. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi njenge-South Africa imigwaqo yethu 750,000 kilometers isenza sibe unumber 10 ngobude bemigwaqo. Kodwa ubuhle bemigwaqo yethu emhlabeni isibeka kunumber 18 emazweni omhlaba onke, noma thina ngokwethu sibuka ukuthi nokho asisibahle. So siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi uma ngabe lendlu kuba khona la ibona khona ukuthi senza kahle, siyaqhubeka, siyaqhuba. Ngiyabonga.
Siyathokoza. Minister of Higher Education, Minister Nzimande.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We welcome the statement and the acknowledgement by Honorable Member Raputi on government's commitment to empowering our young people, including empowering them through education and skills development. I would also wish to take this opportunity to thank the TVET colleges and the many sitters who turned up for this event, which was attended by the Deputy President at the Soweto campus of the University of Johannesburg. The participation of the sitters was very helpful in terms of providing further career guidance to the young people who attended, as well as telling them about opportunities, including internships and learnerships. And this was a reflection of the fact that our strategy to take the sitters out of the offices in the northern suburbs of our cities is succeeding, and that the sitters must be where the people are and where they are needed by the people. Thank you very much.
Sibonge, Hlonishwa. That concludes our ministerial responses. I will ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Second reading debate, Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill.
I will invite the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry to open the debate.
Thanks, House Chair. Let me start by one popular quote by one of the greatest world leaders of all times, Mahatma Gandhi. I quote, "The greatness of a nation can be judged by the way its animals are treated," end quote. For nearly 20 years, our former president and founding father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, was the patron-in-chief of the National Council of Societies for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, commonly abbreviated as NSPCA, a non-profit organization whose mission is to prevent cruelty and promote welfare of all animals. In his 2012 New Year message, the President of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, made a profound statement with reference to animals. I quote, "We must build a society in which women and children feel free and safe, with no fear of abuse, rape, or any form of violence. Society in which animals, especially rhinos, are safe from ruthless poachers. It is possible to achieve that type of society by working together." Honorable members, animals play an important role in the social, sport, and recreational activities, religious and cultural rituals, economic, cultural trade, and tourism. Animals also play a major role in food security, sovereignty, providing the much-needed proteins for societies. Historically, been regulated by two acts, the Animal Protection Act of 1962, known as APA, and the Performing Animals Protection Act of 1935, also known as PAPA. The Performing Animals Protection Act we seek to amend through the bill before us today, was aimed at regulating the exhibition and training of performing animals and the use of dogs for safekeeping. This PAPA has been for many years used in conjunction with the Animal Protection Act, and these became the two main pieces of legislation that have been used in this country for many years to regulate the performing animals and for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Honorable members, there is a general view across the board that both pieces of legislation are old and require revision. In 2012, the World Organization of Animal Health, also known as OIE, conducted the Performance of Veterinary Services, abbreviated as PVS, of South Africa. At the end of the mission with regard to animal welfare, the report indicated that, I quote, "The current legislation is outdated and not harmonized with OIE standards, and there are no dedicated staff addressing animal welfare in veterinary service," close quote. This view was confirmed by the Constitutional Court judgment of the 11th of July 2013, wherein the court declared Section 2 and 3 of the Performing Animals Protection Act as unconstitutional. The Constitutional Court gave this Parliament an order to remedy the defect in PAPA within a given time frame. Section 2 and 3 provide for delegative powers, which set magistrates as having the authority for issuing licenses for performing animals. that is animals used in circuses, movies, dogs for safeguarding. It is against this background that the department approached Cabinet and requested approval for the proposed Performing Animals Amendment Bill and for the Parliament to consider the bill. The bill seeks the following: to amend the Performing Animals Protection Act 1935 so as to repeal certain sections, to insert certain definitions, to provide for the designation of national licensing officer, to provide for a procedure for the application for a license to exhibit and train performing animals or use of dogs for safeguarding, to provide for the functions of a national licensing officer, to provide for the assurance of licenses, to provide for an appeals process, and to provide for matters connected herewith. Honourable members, in a nutshell, the bill proposes that the functions of issuing licenses performed by the magistrates are to be delegated to the Provincial State Veterinary Office or any office of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries with animal scientists in the same magisterial area. The Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill was first introduced to this Honourable House at the beginning of 2015, from which this House referred it to the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries and Processing. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for her exceptional leadership in dealing with the bill. I thank all the honourable members of the committee for the manner.
Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. We now invite the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Honourable Seminya, to continue the debate.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry, Fishery, having considered the subject matter of the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill, B9 2015, as referred to Portfolio Committee on the 3rd March 2015 by the National Assembly. The bill seeks to amend the provision of the Performing Animal Protection Act of 1935, Act number 24 of 1935, which is the principal act, in line with the ruling of the Constitutional Court in the case of the National Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals versus the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, and others. The main deficiency addresses in the bill deals with the doctrine of the separation of powers as enshrined in our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Insofar as the bill makes provision for the National Licensing Officer to take over the assignment of the power from the magistrate to decide on the application for licenses and certificate concerning animal training and exhibition. This has been effected with the repeal of Section 2 and 3 of the Principal Act and the insertion of clauses in Section 3A to 3P in the bill in order to repeal these deficiencies. Given the complex nature of the subject matter of animal welfare, the developments that have taken place over the past few decades in terms of recognition of animals as sentients being part of the global progressive welfare rights agenda, it has become apparent that there is a lack of common and comprehensive and holistic understanding and the consensus on the animal welfare rights in South Africa. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery deliberated at length on this matter and resolved to finalize the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill B9 of 2015 in order to rectify the deficiencies indicated by the Constitutional Court, introduce clauses that seek to adequately cover the protection of performing animals and other matters related therewith. The Portfolio Committee
further resolve that the Department of Agriculture and Fishery should develop a new legislation that will seek to govern all matters related to animal welfare. And the Portfolio Committee further amended additional provision of the bill which were initially not accommodated in the bill as introduced to National Assembly. The provision related to the definition and types of animals used for protection services, rights to entry of premises, obstruction of the police officers, regulation, penalties, and transitional arrangement. We therefore move that this bill proceeded read for the second time, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Akbara Lidstein.
House Chairperson, this bill clearly shows what is wrong within the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. The agricultural sector has been identified within the National Development Plan to create 1 million jobs by 2030. The Democratic Alliance agrees with this statement and further believes that this sector must be supported in order to achieve this goal. But what happens on the ground? Agriculture is highly regulated with 32 pieces of legislation on every imaginable aspect of the agricultural industry being controlled by legislation. Most of these laws regulating agriculture is old and outdated, making it sometimes impossible to compete internationally in a fast-changing environment. Examples of these acts are the Fertilizers, Farm Feeds, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act, Act number 37 of 1947, the Fencing Act, Act number 31 of 1963, the Agricultural Pests Act, Act number 36 of 1983, and the one we are dealing with today, the Performing Animals Protection Act, Act number 24 of 1935. Chairperson, these and other acts regulating agriculture are so outdated that we need to get a complete overhaul. We cannot fix it by cutting and pasting some sections to comply with our Constitution. While we are dealing with outdated legislation, this department has not moved with modern times and has not adapted to current needs. I'm sure most of us sitting in this House is aware that South Africa is currently in the midst of what could be described as the worst drought in its history. But we have no proper legislation or policy in place on how to deal with such a severe drought. This department's budget is also cut because of poor planning and implementation. I find it shocking that in a country where 14 million South Africans are food insecure, we cannot implement a proper food security strategy. Chairperson, it is time that we take agriculture serious and put more money where our mouths are. This brings me to the debate here today. The Democratic Alliance will not be supporting this amendment bill. We believe that the department has missed an opportunity to ensure that the rights of performing animals are duly protected by failing to think of amendments to this outdated piece of legislation beyond those specified by the Constitutional Court. Die DA het voorstelle gemaak in die komitee oor hoe ons hierdie wetgewing kan versterk, maar al ons voorstelle is afgeskiet. Dit is nie goed genoeg om Mahatma Gandhi te quote nie, agbare minister, en dan effektiewelik geen veranderings aan die wetgewing aan te bring nie. On 11 July 2013, the Constitutional Court held that Sections 2 and 3 of the Performing Animals Protection Act was inconsistent within the Constitution, but suspended the order of invalidity for 18 months, providing the legislature with the opportunity to correct the problems with the Act by 10 January 2015. The Constitutional Court again extended the period of suspension of the order until 12 July 2015. It had to be extended again because we could not even correct this with an unsatisfactory job of cutting and pasting this outdated legislation to comply with the Constitution. While this amendment bill deals with licensing of performing animals, no one can deny that animal welfare legislation in general is sorely lacking in South Africa, and we implore the department to act upon its promise to draft an overarching animal welfare bill as soon as possible. The Democratic Alliance will not support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Paulson.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill. This bill, which seeks to provide for the designation of a national licensing officer to provide for a procedure for application for a license to exhibit and train performing animals or use animals for safeguarding, to provide for the functions of a national licensing officer, is progressive in as far as it seeks to regulate an already existing industry that in itself is unethical. Honourable House Chair, we reject with contempt any law that makes it legal for people to use animals for entertainment. And I find it quite ironic that the Minister just mentioned and quoted Mahatma Gandhi and mentioned how we as a society are judged according to the way we treat animals, yet we want to use animals for entertainment. Even though it is slated that the purpose of the bill was to prevent animals from suffering and to protect performing animals, we submit that by using animals as sources of entertainment is torture enough for those animals. The displacement of animals from their natural habitat, then domestication for the purpose of entertaining greedy and selfish human beings is emotional torture enough for the animals. Agriculture, forestry and fisheries also appears not to have jurisdiction to investigate animal cruelty or take action against it for cruelty meted out to animals already in captivity. This is outsourced solely to NGOs. Permits for the movement of animals and the permits allowing animals to be held needs to be substantially more specific in terms of welfare and protection requirements and must include conditions which facilitates welfare inspection. Agriculture, forestry and fisheries must have the capacity to investigate and punish zoos and other institutions that keeps and mistreats animals in captivity. We call on the government to completely ban the use of animals for these purposes. We, however, support the provisions of the bill that relate to the use of animals, such as dogs, as guides for disabled people. But for the former reasons, we cannot lend our support to this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. This amendment bill originates out of a Constitutional Court directive for the revision of a Principal Act, which dates back to July 2013. The deadline has since been extended on 2 occasions. Besides the Principal Act being woefully outdated, the amendment bill is also a great necessity as we seek to bring national legislation in line with current thinking on animal welfare practices. What is considered cruel practice today was not necessarily the case in 1935. Humanity has evolved, and so should our thinking evolve, and extend to all sentient beings, and I purposefully include animals under this category. If one looks at the very definition of the word sentience, it is the ability to see, feel, hear, smell, and taste. Animals clearly fall within this category. However, we still see numerous examples of animal cruelty within our country, from the inhumane practice of canned lion hunting to circus animals being trained through abusive methods and kept prisoner in the most squalid of environments, to the shark nets along the coastlines that kill whatever sea creature has the misfortune of venturing too close to our beaches. And it begs the question, have studies ever been conducted on the welfare of the marine life that inhabit our big ocean aquariums? And are we addressing the plight of animals kept in our zoos? Just recently, Honourable Minister, we saw the huge public outcry over the terrible living conditions of an orangutan in the KwaZulu-Natal Zoological Gardens. This animal spent 30 years in solitary confinement and is a living example of the value we currently place on the welfare of some animals in South Africa. While the amendment bill speaks to specific issues around the Principal Act, we must take the opportunity to open up the debate on the larger issue of animal welfare in South Africa. Our animals are our heritage, and we are the custodians of some of the most magnificent animals on our planet. We should therefore be setting an example for the rest of the world, not be a cautionary tale of a country that cares very little for its animals and whose animals are always for sale to the highest foreign bidder. Are we doing enough, Minister? And are we conscious of the plight of our animals? And do we even care? These are some of the questions that must inform this debate. Before I conclude, Honourable House Chairperson, I think we must also thank the NSPCA and other NGOs that do great work in the protection of our animals. Minister, this amendment bill is a step in the right direction, but it's simply not enough. I look forward to a South Africa that champions the protection of animals on this continent as vociferously as the IFP has done over many decades. Thank you.
Sibonge, Mhlonishwa Ngwabe.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. The bill tabled here today primarily seeks to amend Section 2 and 3 of the Performing Animal Protection Act. These sections, as my colleagues have said, had been declared constitutionally invalid by the Constitutional Court in July 2013. The Performing Animal Protection Act, in its current form, has been in force since 1935. And it was hoped that amendments would go further than only addressing the sections deemed inconsistent with the Constitution. The lacuna which had been created by the Declaration of Constitutional Invalidity has been filled by the provisions of a national licensing office. The amendment also prescribed procedures for the application for a license to exhibit or train exhibit animals, as well as licenses for using animals for safeguarding. Also noteworthy is the provision for an appeals process, which the NFP commends, because an appeals process is an important check and balance on the abuse of administrative power. We also welcome the increased penalty fine for exhibiting, training for exhibition, or the use of animals for safeguarding without a license. We believe that the increase from 4,000 to 20,000 will act as a powerful deterrent to rogue operators who would otherwise be tempted to circumvent the provisions of the Act. The opportunity to amend the Performing Animals Protection Act does not arise often. The NFP therefore supports the observations contained in several public representations that the opportunity should have been taken to amend other provisions of the Act which are either not in line with the new constitutional order or public opinion or out of date. The amendment offered the legislature an opportunity not only to comply with the Constitutional Court judgment, but also to update the Act in such a way that takes into account an important development in scientific knowledge in relation to the welfare of animals. We are, however, disappointed that the Act, once it has been promulgated, will not extend to aquatic animals, such as dolphins, seals, and sea lions, which are often used for entertainment in South Africa. Neither will the Act expressly criminalize cruelty to performing or safeguarding or guarding animals during the training. Despite our disappointment, Chair, on what I've been outlined, the National Freedom Party supports the Performing Amendment Protection Bill as tabled here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mhlonishwa Fildan.
The United Democratic Movement supports the Performing Animal Protection Amendment Bill. Animals regularly appear in adverts and other entertainment sites, so they entertain and make money for various affected parties, like their owners, transport practitioners, energy and food suppliers, as well as venue owners. It is said that a few years ago, an advertising agency that wanted to show a mouse running along a wall couldn't do that. Mice do not generally move at a speed that would allow for effective filming. In order to resolve this problem, the mouse was thrown hard against the wall in order to stun it. As it slowly recovered and moved along the wall, the camera was able to capture it. This bill brings to an end such cruel practices. Anyone wanting to use animals for entertainment will have to apply and be granted a license to do so. The bill came about as a result of the need to make it constitutionally compliant, in that judicial officers were performing administrative functions. The Portfolio Committee, working in tandem with the department, made sure that this impediment is removed. We went further to cover any other foreseeable obstacles and were appropriately legislated for their circumvention. Once it becomes law, animals, whether they are used for security purposes by the police and private guards, or kept as pets, or in transit, they will be more protected than ever before. Although no regulatory impact assessment appears to have been done, this is of no serious consequence because the government will only be playing a regulatory role here, and therefore expenditure will be both foreseeable and limited to human resource provision. Through this bill, our country will be positioned as a world leader in the protection and welfare of performing animals. I thank you, Chair Lady.
Thank you. Honorable Kacha.
Thank you, Chairperson. The preamble to our Constitution provides that government is based upon the will of the people. This very House recently debated the issue of participation and its importance in democracy. Yet, when it came to the Papa Bill, public participation were rubbished. Various detailed written submissions were made and submitted, but they were all ignored. Stakeholders met with the department and provided their inputs. None of their inputs have been captured. On the 4th of May, stakeholders travelled to Cape Town for public hearings scheduled for the 5th and the 6th of May. These public hearings were cancelled without notice. On the afternoon of the 11th of May, stakeholders were notified that the public hearings had been rescheduled to take place the following day, the 12th of May. We're talking about stakeholders living across South Africa and having to arrange their own transport. Stakeholders such as LATA members were neither notified nor invited or got any notice that the public hearings were taking place the following day. How do we omit inviting the representatives of a very group the new bill seeks to regulate? We have to ask how practical are the provisions and prescripts of the Act. And I'm going to run through a couple quickly. Section 3F1C, for instance, contradicts the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority Bill. Section 3F2A and B2I is not implementable as it can change daily depending on the handler, the client's preference of a dog, the breed, the color, temperament, and environment. There also doesn't seem to be a simple way to add or remove an individual animal from a trainer's list. How practical can this be? Due to constant criminality, additional services are required and unspecified times, and immediate reaction or action must be taken. The proposed bill as it is requires a license prior to commencement of a service. Section 4, right of entry, A, contradicts amongst other, the Animals Protection Act 1962, paragraph 8, 1AD, and that with a fine of 20,000 rand. Section 4A, B, and C will result in key points such as, amongst others, even the addresses of MPs and cabinet members being advertised to all. At the time when any legislation is being developed or passed, the question should be, how does this legislation foster efficiency and effectiveness, growth and development? The Constitutional Court gave an extension and that magistrates could issue licenses for 2016 in order for the license officers to establish for 2017 licensing. So how different is this Papa debacle from the visa scandal? Honestly, I would say I'm out of time that we need to please take this bill back and let us do it properly. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the first time in post-apartheid South Africa that animal welfare legislation is being changed. Many feel government could have used this opportunity to deal with major changes in the scientific understanding of animal welfare since 1935. But the Department of Agriculture, which drafted the law, has adopted a minimalist approach. The purpose of the Act, for example, is alluded to, and key provisions refer to it, but it is never defined properly. The ACDP did not manage to participate in deliberations on this Act. but would like to have seen its purpose to protect the welfare of performing animals made clearer, and calls on the department to consider further amendment in time. This is also very little guidance. There is also very little guidance in the legislation for new decision makers, the national licensing officers, when deciding whether or not to grant a license. The amendment as it stands provides for national licensing officers to be veterinarians or animal scientists, although the meaning of the term is in fact unclear. The Act also allows the licensing function to be delegated, but does not provide that any such decision maker has the relevant expertise. Without these provisions, the licensing function will fail to offer much protection for animals. There is presently no provision for any democratic participation in the process of granting licenses, and members of the public and organizations are of the opinion that their input regarding specific situations would allow decision makers a more informed decision. Other amendments that could be considered include the definition of animal, which as it stands excludes reptiles, and we know that welfare concerns arise in respect of them too. Aquatic animals, such as dolphins and orcas, are often used for entertainment, but the Act does not apply to them either. Right now, there is a petition being signed regarding inhuman conditions under which battery hens producing eggs live in South Africa. This legislation was an opportunity to place South Africa as a world leader in the protection of the welfare of performing animals, but we seem to have missed the mark. The ACDP calls on the department to consider further amendments resulting from the public participation process, but we will be supporting this Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Makekwane.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The bill addresses one aspect of animal welfare as it deals with performing animals. The House should be made aware that the Department of Agriculture, Forests and Fisheries has been urged by the Portfolio Committee to consolidate the work done towards developing a holistic animal welfare policy in response to the short-term and long-term animal welfare matters that have been raised during our deliberations. It is therefore important that the bill is not seen in isolation, but rather as part of the broader animal welfare picture. Much careful deliberations has gone into consideration in terms of how forthcoming animal welfare legislation will complement the amendments in the Papa Bill and vice versa. Through the deliberations of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forests and Fisheries, during the processing of the Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill, there were clarion calls from the members of the animal welfare community that the license application process should be democratized such that the database of the applications registry should be made accessible to the public. The Portfolio Committee has recommended in this regard that such a database be made available to any member of the public who may request it, as well as through the departmental website for those with access to the internet. The Portfolio Committee has deliberated and took caution to the fact that there are municipal bylaws that may also seek to govern areas related to the use of animals in domestic residences. The provisions of the bill will not impede the implementation of bylaws or any other relevant environmental legislation. With regard to the Animal Protection Act, this needs to be read with the Papa Bill whilst this committee has not looked into the Animal Protection Act to determine whether it did provide the welfare of animals or not, the APA's intention is to protect animals, which could be inferred from the definition itself. On the National Licensing Officer, the matter has been dealt with, as it is an executive function, and the bill will give a mandate to the minister. With regards to appeals, it has to be noted that the responsibility would have been delegated to the National Licensing Officer. In addition, the minister, with respect to appeals, deal with this through the establishment of an appeal board to deal with the matter. The bill fits into our democratic culture of ensuring protection not only to the most vulnerable in society, but to politically manage the exploitative practices of those who seek to accumulate wealth in our practices, which will not be conducive to the democratic processes. I thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Nchaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. It is good that all the acts should be looked into and amended, as it is the case with this Performing Animals Protection Act of 1935. Certain sections have been repealed and the new definitions have been inserted. We therefore put this Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill before this House for the purpose of adoption. This bill seeks to provide for the designation of National Licensing Officer and also makes application procedure for the license to exhibit and train performing animals or use of animals for safeguarding. The function of National Licensing Officer have been properly explained. The issuing of license and how appeals can be lodged if the licensing officer does not issue the required license to exhibit and train animals has been explained also. One would think that safeguarding dogs are not performing, but they are on duty or at work. However, more clarity has been made in that regard. The minister must designate a national licensing officer with relevant qualifications, either be an animal scientist or veterinarian. This means that licenses will be not just be granted, rather be granted, but a person with relevant skills will do the job. There's going to be thorough monitoring on the training of these animals so that cruelty to animals is prevented. What is good, that the animals will no longer be subjected to that type of training as it was the case before. Those applications, if they've been turned, then people are allowed now to appeal. The Act also provides for the right of entry by the police officer into any premises or place, vehicles in which animals are maintained, kept, or confined for the purpose of exhibition or being trained or safeguarding. Should one obstruct the police officer from doing his or her job, should be fined or imprisoned for a period not exceeding 12 months. So AIC supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Youngblood.
Dank u, achtbare voorzitter. Achtbare minister, hopelijk het u deeglik kennis geneem van my achtbare collega Steyn se lys van verouderde wetgewing wat effektiewe vordering in die landbousektor kniehalter. Ek sonder hieronder die wetsontwerp op die optredes van diere, of in die algemene omgang bekend as die PAPA-wet, uit, wat op aandring van die Grondwethof minimale aanpassing ondergaan het. In sy uitspraak het die hof onder meer 'n belangebotsing tussen die regbank en die uitvoerende gesag uitgewys en is daardie klousule deur die hof ongrondwetlik verklaar. Die departement het met sy oogklap benadering om net die 2 klousules wat deur die hof voorgeskryf is te verander, 'n goue geleentheid verpas om 'n algeheel verouderde stuk wetgewing te skrap en 'n nuwe wet te skryf. Mens sidder egter by die gedagte aan hoe lank 'n hele nuwe wetgewing sal neem as dit die regering amper 3 jaar gevat het om net die 2 klousules op versoek van die Grondwethof aangepas te kry. Hierdie geleentheid om 'n uitgediende wet te skrap was die eerste kans in post-apartheid Suid-Afrika vir die regering om hom werklik te bemoei met die welsyn van diere op alle vlakke en iets daadwerkliks te doen op die gebied van die beskerming van diere wat vir ander se vermaak optree. En wat doen ons? Ons vervang 'n woord hier, 'n klousule daar, ons vervang die woord landdros met nasionale lisensieringsamptenaar of veearts en ons omskryf hond as 'n dier. Maar daar is in die proses 'n klomp ander geleenthede misgekyk. So byvoorbeeld, minister, word reptiele uitgesluit en dolfyne en orka-walvisse en sovoorts. Agbare minister, daar behoort oor Papa in sy geheel herbesin te word. Dit gaan dood eenvoudig nie ver genoeg om die belange van diere in die breë te beskerm nie, en daar is hopeloos te veel skuiwergate. Baie dankie.
Dankie, agbare lid. Agbare lid Mabe.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Perhaps we must start with the Democratic Alliance and the EFF, who respect the court so much and are saying we must not respect the decision of the court and be in contempt. So it will be difficult.
Honorable Mabe, please take your seat. What are you raising on, Honorable Paulson?
Honourable House Chair, I just want to ask the Honourable Mabi a question as to what
Honourable Paulson,
what authority he's going to be, since he's never attended a committee discussing this issue. Boroto, you can't do that, man. I'm speaking. He's never attended.
Honourable member, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Continue, Honourable Mabe.
We refuse to be in contempt of court. That is why we have had all necessary undertakings to make sure that this bill ultimately comes here and it is passed in the interest of those who are involved with performing animals. Molao wa o tshireletša diphoofolo tša tiragatšo ke nngwe ya ntlha ye ileng ya išwa kgotlatshekelo ke ba SPCA. E bontšha gore a se mokgwa maleba gore magistrata e tshwantse e be yena a tšeang maikarabelo a o fana ka laesense ya diphoofolo tše tša ditiragatšo. Rena re le ba lekgotla la temo, dihlapi le mafoka re bone le toka gore re tšwetše pele se kgotlatshekelo e se kgopetšeng. And accordingly, what we have done was to ensure that in the amendment bill we insert in there licensing authorities, which will now be responsible, divorced from the courts, for the allocation of these licenses for performing animals. We have also paid special attention on the issue of animal welfare. So those who are new to the committee might not know, because some of these things we started dealing with them the previous year. But to perhaps bring them up to speed, the matter of animal welfare is an issue that is receiving our attention. One of the things that we are emphasizing is that we did not only need to deal with the protection of performing animals, we should also deal with how those charged with the responsibility of handling these animals conduct themselves. so that these animals are not encroached. Maybe at a later stage we'll have to check whether we can effectively classify this as animal rights. Because unlike us, we have got the Bill of Rights. These animals cannot speak for themselves. It is expected from a caring government than this one, like this one of the ANC, to do legislations that can also safeguard these performing animals. So we are a caring government. We care for the people, we also care for the animals. That's why we have got laws that ensures that these performing animals are protected. But beyond that, when we look at the issue of animal welfare, one of the things that we must not forget is that our own people, we the African people, also use animals as part of certain cultural beliefs, to conduct rituals as well, to build our own proverbs and idioms. That's why in Sepedi we say, we use animals to emphasize unity. We also use animals to reflect the discontent of individuals when we say, and then we come back and say, so animals have been quite important to build our own understanding as society. Maybe as part of this, even on indigenous knowledge systems, we use animals to do a number of things. For instance, we use sheep for rainmaking. We use goats to communicate with the ancestors. We in the Mabis, that's what we do. We use chickens. We use chickens for cleansing. Not Baisan, not these ones that you buy for 20 rand, indigenous chickens. These ones are specifically used for cleansing. So it is important that when we deal with the protection of animals and look broadly into their welfare, we also do not encroach into these cultural beliefs. Because these things are enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. So it is important that we all understand these things so that we do not blow them out of proportion. As it comes to consultation, the honorable member has said here we did not consult. Unfortunately, I tried to check on the attendance register. I have seen that there are dates where you have missed meetings. And in those dates, we were meeting with stakeholders in the sector. So there's been wide consultation on this matter. I am sure those who are involved with performing animals are quite excited about the stand that the ANC-led government is taking on the matter. ANC re nyoko netefatsa gore le diphoofolo tše tša disorokisi le tšona di a tlhokomelwa le ba bapetši ba tšona le bona ba di tlhokomela ka tsela ya maleba. We are doing this because we do not want animals to die in the line of duty. That will be a sad day. That's why we are putting all of these things. But the more and more you come and attend committee meetings, you will get to understand that more is being done. So it is important that we do not conduct or carry ourselves like these performing animals. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Ra leboga mhlomphegi re tlo bitša mhlomphegi a tlo tswalela.
Diabulela, in response to the issues raised by Honorable Steyn, she knows and I know that all legislation within the realm of the department are being revised, and she knows that. Ukuzapha kule ndlu afika thethi ngathi lento uyaqala ukuyibona uqamele ngesebe lenkawu inyani yokobana akazihoyanga izilwanyana uhambisa umthetho ngaphambili uthi loo nto ayikho kodwa uyayazi bikhona. Ndivume, again, I agree with those who said we need to do more. I agree with you, and we're going to do more to make sure that animals are protected. This measure was in conformity with the court judgment. And already those who sit in committees, which mistake never missed, knows very well that we're busy what she's raising here. So ngililishwa kuba senza ipolitiki sibenza izilwanyana. Kumphathiswa ummeli okanye Honorable Paulson, I think ukuthi apha ukwenza imicimbi yesintu bobugqirha ndicinga baba mamela abamthume eParliament and bayamva into yobana akazikhathalelanga izimvo zakhe uqhube zakhe and ndiqinisekile ikomiti ahamba nayo ayihambisani naye ngoba iyayazi into yobana amasiko nezithethe akhatshwa ngezilwanyana ungekho nqala nalunya kuloo nto. And we believe, therefore, that as the department, thanks to all those who have supported this bill, we'll work with you to ensure that where there are weaknesses, we strengthen. The welfare of animals can never find this expression except by a caring government. They may not be those who are voting for us, like the others would like to make sure that they are the best. But we care for them because we're a caring government, we're the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Order. That brings us to the end of the debate on the amendment bill. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? In light of the objection, I will put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, will you please note the objection of the DA? Thank you.
The objection of the DA will be recorded. Honorable Paulson.
Chairperson, also note the objection of the EFF.
The EFF objection will be recorded. Honorable Milder.
As well as the FF Plus, thank you.
The FF Plus objection will be recorded.
As well as the Congress of the People.
The COPE one will be. Thank you. Honorable
Chairperson, can you record the abstention of the IFP on this?
Abstention from the IFP to be recorded. Thank you very much. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Performing Animals Protection Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. I will now ask the Secretary to read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications and Postal Services on first quarterly report on performance of Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services.
Thank you. Well read. Honorable Kubai to speak on the report, to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. Firstly, I just want to indicate today we're celebrating the International Women's Day under the Planet 50-50 by 2030 Step Up for Gender Equality. I think it's important to give tribute to all women who fought selflessly to make the world that it is today a better place for all of us. Chairperson, the report that is before us, it's for the Portfolio Committee on Telecommunication and Postal Services, which dealt with the department and its entities and make recommendations that led to some of the issues already being resolved. We met with the department together with the entities to look at, firstly, around the issue of SAPO. At that time, South African Post Office Board had no, South African Post Office did not have a board, which today has a board. We also emphasize the importance of consequence management, especially with regards to the issues of non-compliance of legislation, but as well the issues of not following the procedures that needed to be put in place. We recommended again that the department, together with its entities, put in place mechanisms to be able to report and resolve issues that are raised by the Auditor General and together with the Portfolio Committee. We are starting to see those decisions. We are starting to see the turnaround around those issues. The other issue that we raised as the Portfolio Committee was concerns around the broadband infraco, which at that time had a lot of targets that they had put in place, which were unrealistic, and we realized that they will not be able to meet. We congratulated USASA in terms of their performance, because this is an entity at 2012, which had not performed well, and we are starting to see impact in terms of tight management systems that they were there. Finally, the recommendations that we put in as the portfolio committee was to emphasize the importance of the department together with the entity to look at the Presidential Review Committee report on SOCs, because we felt that there is a need when they deal with their entity restructuring or the issue of rationalization of the entities, that they needed to follow what has already been recommended so that it's not a duplicate. So we put in the report for adoption by the House so that we can be able to emphasize the importance of the work of the committee, but as well ensure that what has been put through by the Auditor General entities together with the department are able to implement. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Oh, the declarations. But you have to call them. Yeah, please. Can you sit and allow the process?
Chairperson, the DA would like to make a declaration. Thank you.
Allowed. 3 minutes, remember?
And the EFF would like to.
You will follow, ma'am.
Looking back today at the picture painted by the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services of its achievements for the first quarter of last year and its plan for the rest of the year, it's difficult to determine what has changed. In the past year, the department has been beset by turf wars, the settling of scores among the Directors Generals and the Deputy Directors General, and failing targets. After the collapse of the top echelons and several resignations, the Minister finally took action late last year to suspend the Director General and ask the Public Service Commission to investigate. Today, we only have one Deputy Director General still standing. The others resigned. The department really is one of the most dysfunctional departments in government, and it's going to be hard-pressed to improve on this report. At stake in all this turmoil is our flagship broadband rollout program, South Africa Connect, which has shown no noticeable traction in the past year. In the report before you today, it stated that the appointment of the lead agency for SA Connect, dubiously announced as Telkom by the President in last year's SONA, was delayed as due process was still being followed. During the past year, I have repeatedly asked questions about this process, and as recently as last week, again, the Minister sent a non-reply. The Minister has been unable to tell me what that process is, or exactly how the 700 million rand budgeted for SA Connect was to be spent. Is the process of selecting the lead agency being done in an open and transparent manner, as it is legally obliged to be? All the Minister says is that due process is being followed. Can the Minister explain exactly what is this due process that has been going on for a year? Apparently not, if his parliamentary responses are anything to go by. So one is left to assume that the process will not be transparent and therefore likely to be legally challenged, all of which further delays the delivery of fast internet services, particularly in rural areas. This will exacerbate the digital divide and further isolate poor South Africans, denying them opportunities offered by the knowledge economy. And this year's first-year quarterly report is likely to be a rerun of the current one before this House today. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
The EFF reject the adoption of this report of the Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications on first quarter performance on 2015. Like many other reports adopted in the House to simply be a self-generous approval, one has to ignore reality and provide alternative. And this is exactly what the ANC government continue to do by just rubber-stamping these reports. The Department of Telecommunications spent majority of 2015 first quarter dealing with the infighting between the minister and his own suspended DG. The department cannot perform its functions when the entire senior management team spend majority of the department time and resources fighting each other. The people who suffer the most, Chairperson, is ordinary people and workers who are left with exorbitant communication costs since the department is failing to execute its mandate. The communication is supposed to enhance and harness information flow to most rural areas, and this department, together with the counterparts who failed to meet broadcasting digital migration deadline. It is extremely difficult to even begin to take the committee's report, as it fails to put the seriousness of factionals, and the report are written as if everything is well. The EFF will only support adoption of the reports that are not misleading to the people. Hence, the EFF reject this misleading report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair and honourable members of this House. The report tabled here today cannot mask the fact that the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services is in deep trouble. The damning report by the Public Protector, which exposed a flawed procurement process dating back to 2010, gives us insight into the state of decay at the Post Office. And the delays to roll out broadband and complete our digital migration are examples of how the department is failing. The problems that are bedeviling the postal and telecommunication sectors manifest at the state enterprise level. But the recent Public Services Commission report shows that incompetent senior officials are the primary contributor to the paralysis of the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services. The paralysis, Honourable Chairperson, lies at the heart of the poor performance of the postal services and telecommunications sectors in our country. The Portfolio Committee has also noted that the confusion experienced by state-owned entities within the department was a direct indication that officials were not doing their work. The NFP maintains that until such time as there are serious consequences for government officials, and in particular senior managers who fail in their duty, this problem of bad governance will continue. The National Freedom Party welcomes the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications. In particular, we are encouraged by the recommendation that departments should implement consequence management in respect of the performance of its staff. Honourable Chairperson, the reality is that without consequence management, you are not leading, you are creating chaos. This chaos is evident in the long list of recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee, and we express the sincere hope that the department will implement the recommendations of the committee to the letter. In conclusion, Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports the PC report. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. The report highlights a variety of important issues and, of course, a lack of movement in some areas. Some of the achievements which must be noted and welcomed is the fact that the department has implemented and developed a cybersecurity awareness plan and media strategy. Education on cybercrime has become ever more important, considering that recent reports indicate that cybercrime affects up to a third of South African companies. Cybercriminals are launching a digital offensive in South Africa with attacks primarily focusing on phishing tactics. The report also tabled here today highlights progress in terms of the implementation of the turnaround strategy of the South African Post Office. And while the IFP supports the Post Office's latest turnaround strategy and its vision, which is being espoused by the new CEO, we again wish to highlight our concerns in this regard. We are of the view that the odds are firmly stacked against the Post Office. The Post Office is currently in financial ICU, and in a digital era, the postal services are largely redundant. And to make matters worse, the Post Office has lost a number of key clients. For example, a medical company contracted by medical aid schemes to distribute medicines to South Africans, even in far-flung areas, have taken their business away from the Post Office and given it to courier companies. This is but one example, but one can cite many more. So the question really to be answered is whether it's not too late to save the Post Office. And will this latest turnaround strategy not be yet another exercise in futility? Only time will tell. However, the IFP is of the opinion that government can no longer expect a taxpayer to continuously bail out the Post Office under such dire circumstances. That should be non-negotiable. And finally, the IFP would like to also express our grave concern with the slow or non-existent broadband rollout, especially in rural areas, which continues to hamper economic growth and excludes many South Africans from the economy. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Collective Financial Communications Committee has been in one to deal with the challenges of the committee. And we want to applaud the DA for their consistency in attending meetings and also attending to challenges that we face on a daily basis in as far as the committee is concerned. The challenges have been partly attended to as indicated in the report. We acknowledge the findings of the public protector and the department together with the committee commits to the seriousness, the serious corrective measures to the challenges raised. Concerns raised by other parties are also appreciated. However, it is important that we don't rely on media statements, but attend to the meetings and also make contributions to what we have seen, like we do oversight and other people do not even bother to come to oversight, but they have to come and stand here and grandstand. But we do appreciate their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now recognize the acting chief whip of the majority party.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. I'll ask the secretary to read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications and Postal Services on oversight visit to Limpopo.
Honorable Kubai to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think let me highlight that this report comes after the Portfolio Committee has done an oversight visit to Limpopo. We visited firstly the Malamulele area in Minga village. We went to Chikundu village, where we visited a school in Chikundu Secondary School to oversee part of the work that was done as 2010 connectivity legacy project. We went as well to visit Giani Nursing College, Waterberg Teachers Center. We visited in terms of South African Post Office, Malamulele Post Office, Nongamani Post Office, Bakersford Post Office, Drigop Post Office. You'd note, honorable members, that our visit was mainly in the deep rural areas to ensure that connectivity does not happen only in urban areas, but as well rural communities do get the benefit of connectivity. Again, we went to Hariba where there is a project. We also interacted with Hankwana tribal community. I need to highlight that in terms of the visits that we have done, we went to Mutali local municipality where USASA connected the local municipality which was connecting the local municipality, the tribal houses in the communities, the municipality, the schools there. And what we saw, and we could receive as well as a feedback from the community, that the connectivity has happened as per the promise of USASA. We went to Giani College, Nursing College, which was very good because we could see how learners or the nursing students, how they were taught using technology and visual labs that were happening, which we think these are part of the future generations that we are building. At Waterberg Teacher Center, we were seeing part of the work that is being done in partnership together with the Department of Education, Basic Education, and Vodacom, which they were doing the work of connecting the teacher center as part of empowering the teachers. We went to SAPO. There were challenges with SAPO, I must say, that part of what we met as we were going, some of the workers were not paid, and there were quite issues that we had raised as the committee, and SAPO management were able to give us feedback even while we were on site. One of the issues I must highlight within our communities, and maybe appeal from our side as the Portfolio Committee, when we went to Hariba, we found that a project that was meant to continue by Centec was stopped by communities. Their protest had nothing to do with Centec. This is part of the sites that were connected for digital needed to be connected, established and connected for digital migration, but were stopped because community was unhappy about something else that related to the roads. When we interacted with the community, the project was allowed to proceed. But unfortunately, last week again, we got a report that they are stopping the project and they were threatening to hold hostage the workers of Centec. And this is what we are appealing to our communities, that in order to express their frustration and their happiness about something, they don't need to destroy what is important, because that will continue to impact on their ability to be able to receive and make calls. It will impact on their ability to be able to watch TV, because these are the platforms. The work that is done by Centec allows for these facilities to be done. So that is part of the problem. But what is emphasized as well in the report is the importance of ensuring that rural communities, especially because we feel that the plight of women and children will be ignored if we do not ensure that connectivity in rural communities happen, because we continue, if we do not do those things, inequality will be perpetuated through infrastructure of ICT, where you find urban areas continue to benefit, have infrastructure such as LTE, whereas rural communities do not even have an access or an opportunity to be able to make a call. So our report emphasizes the importance of putting rural communities to the front of our planning as government, and we urge the Department of Telecommunication and Postal Services to ensure that planning happens in such a way that it addresses the inequalities. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy
Chairperson,
Chief Whip.
the DA would like to make a declaration, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, House Chair. To be frank, the Post Office really needs to push the envelope on service delivery, but we won't talk about that today. What we will talk about is access to, or lack of access to, telecommunications and the internet, which in our view is the single biggest obstacle to reducing the inequality that exists in our country today. The digital divide, meaning the ability of people to access the internet and fast and reliable telecommunications, is not, as many of us, especially on this side of the House, would have us believe, along racial lines. Rather, this inequality is prevalent mostly in rural areas, and the divide that exists between the urban areas and the rural areas, where the future of so many of our children are being stolen from them simply because they do not have the same access to the digital world and the digital economy that their urban counterparts do. During the Portfolio Committee's visit to Limpopo, we found schools with computers and screens that were unconnected, with keyboards thrown into a corner and gathering dust. The Intapani Primary School that was connected, or partially connected, by Centec, and the Kakundu Secondary School that was a beneficiary of a Telkom World Cup 2010 legacy project, whose so-called network had a download speed of just 40 kilobits per second. That means that if I'd started to download a News 24 main page just to check one news article, I'd still be sitting there now waiting for that page to load. And this school is listed as successfully connected to the internet and therefore ready for a digital learning experience. Shame. Contrast this with the high standards of connectivity and workable ICT solutions shown at the Guyani Nursing College, connected by MTN, and the Waterberg Teacher Center, connected by Vodacom. Government needs to act as a facilitator and give the opportunity to companies that have shown they have the capability and the capacity to deliver fast, robust, and effective solutions, and that can actually do the work, and allow them, those companies, to connect our people today. And today, before another year is wasted and another child's future is lost. The DA supports this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mukause.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF rejects the adoption of the oversight report by the Portfolio Committee to Limpopo. There is a clear attempt by the ANC to mislead people of South Africa by adopting reports in this House that fail to capture the reality many ordinary people face, with weak recommendation, and it becomes self-appraisal exercise. Our people are compromised, and that's the reality. Communities have no radio station, no television. If there's a radio station, you find out it's not funded. No cellular phone, post offices are failing to pay staff members, and children do not have computers, let alone access to internet. By failing to extend something as basic as a radio signal, the ANC government is playing an active role to ensure that the people of Limpopo province remain marginalized and passive participants in the economy of the province and of this country. By failing to ensure that post offices are fully staffed and functioning, the ANC government is intentionally alienating the Limpopo province. The report before the House failed to appreciate the magnitude of the impact of the poor telecommunications and postal services. To say compromised, it's a mild way to put it. Otherwise, such a crucial aspect of Parliament mandate is reduced to a mere holiday trip around the country by members of Parliament of the African National Congress who enjoy just cruising. The EFF is not going to be party to general self-appraising report. We therefore reject the report before the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shaikiman.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Members of the Honorable House, the report of the Portfolio Committee tabled today is very comprehensive, and it's evident that the oversight visit was conducted with great diligence. It is also evident that the Portfolio Committee had deliberated in great depth on the challenges encountered and solutions to offer. The National Freedom Party fully supports the findings of the Portfolio Committee, and we are encouraged by the long list of recommendations contained in this report. Honorable Chairperson, it is common knowledge that the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services is one of the worst performing departments in government, which is a pity because their mandate is of great importance to South Africa, both for its economy and its people. It is therefore not surprising that the problems and challenges faced by the Department of National level are also reflected and endemic in its lower provincial and regional offices too. Looking at the comprehensive list of overall recommendations the Portfolio Committee has made, the National Freedom Party believes that the department could well turn the tide in Limpopo if these recommendations are followed through and with great haste. In particular, we would like to see swift action on the recommendations pertaining to the late payment and non-payment of salaries. We find it unacceptable that a state-owned entity, such as the South African Post Office, could default on the payment of salaries when funds have been budgeted for and allocated in advance. This is untenable and should never happen in any government department. We have said it before and we say it again, Honourable Chairperson, until such time as there are serious consequences for government officials and in particular senior managers who fail in their duty, this problem of bad governance will continue. Many of the challenges faced by the department stem from the lack of adequate and efficient management, and until this core problem is resolved, the problems at the department will persist. In conclusion, the National Freedom Party supports this report.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The situation in rural areas is indeed a point of concern. As we raise concerns of poor service delivery, let us be considerate of the challenges of infrastructure, which is not easily implemented like in urban areas. However, there is progress in other areas whereby Centec has connected in some schools. We also want to acknowledge efforts made by the chiefs in providing land to ensure there is infrastructure. Challenges of the post office have never been a secret. They have been in the public space, and the situation in rural areas has been a priority in the committee and, of course, in government. Complaints have been raised. Now is the time for us to come with solutions. EFF has never been there when needed, and their obsession with negative attitude is a sickness which is known. If there's a cruise, surely it is the EFF which
Chair.
was cruising at the expense
Honorable
of the taxpayers'
Member,
money.
please take your seat. What are you rising on, Honorable Member?
House Chair, the EFF is always on the ground with its people.
Honorable-
We know the challenges facing our people. We don't have to waste
Honorable
government
Member,
money and
that
cruise
is,
around the country.
Honorable Member, that's a statement and not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Member.
The negative attitude is a sickness which is known. If there is a cruise, surely it is the EFF which was cruising at the expense of the taxpayers' money. Constructive criticism is welcome, but prophets of doom can only be attended to by the Department of Health. We do not have that skill. And people don't attend meetings like we say, but they come and grandstand. It's unfortunate that we cannot have control over the media. There will always be here and there will always be problems whenever they're in the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the acting chief whip of the majority party.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
The EFF objection will be recorded. So the report is agreed to except for the objection of the EFF. Thank you. I will now ask the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sport and Recreation on implementation of National Sport and Recreation Plan in Eastern Cape and Gauteng.
We'll now ask Honorable Ralogoma to introduce the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The report was tabled at the ATC of the 26th January 2016. As you know, the oversight trip was done last year, 21st to the 24th July. The purpose really was to assess the use of the grant allocated to the provinces in terms of the Division of Revenue Act for the implementation of sport and recreation programs for providing sporting opportunities to communities, assess whether provincial plans are aligned to the Sport and Recreation South Africa mandate of implementing the National Sport and Recreation Plan vis-à-vis the provincial outcomes, assess the impact of facilities built for sport and recreation through the assistance of National Lottery and Sport Trust, as well as the usage of MIC funding, monitor the implementation of sport-focused schools model in assisting talented athletes to achieve their potential. The attendance was quite good. We went to Eastern Cape and we met with the sport department there. We also went to Gauteng. We met with the sport department there, as well as the So, in the Eastern Cape, the Provincial Department National Sport Recreation Plan related plans for 2014 to 2019 comprised school sport, active recreation programs and campaigns, academies of sport, club development, support to sport councils and federations, sport tourism, international relations. The department presented a briefing on programs related to sport development, recreation, school sport, and the mass participation conditional grant. South African Local Government Association made input on the utilization of MIC funding in Eastern Cape. We also met with boxing promoters in Eastern Cape to just highlight the key findings from our visit, it seemed as if the provincial department's program for the 2015-2016 financial year were saturated around events linked to commemorative dates. It was not clear whether the provincial department had signed a memorandum of understanding with regard to the MIG allocation. In Eastern Cape, the mecca of boxing, there are 2 promoters associations, and the minister is currently dealing with that challenge. The concerns raised by the promoters have potential to delay the development of boxing in the province if they cannot be resolved. The Nelson Mandela municipality does not give the municipal sport department the 15% reinvest MIG funding. The linkages between overall projects and the impact it has on communities was not readily apparent. So these were, in the main, findings that were negative. There were also good positives, but because we want to put more pressure on the department, we made specific recommendations to the minister, which are detailed in terms of the shortcomings, and they are contained on the ATC of the 26th January 2016. With that, we are presenting this report for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Declaration. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
They'll give you your time.
Thank you. To cut to the chase, we support the report. However, there were very serious findings that we found there, which I'll highlight. One of those is the state of boxing in that province. And at the root of that is just poor leadership, both from the provincial government and the fact that there are 2 units of boxing promoters whose divisions have been exacerbated by how their differences have been mishandled, either through their relationship with the provincial government or their supposed intervention from the minister. And it was very clear, even in that discussion, that those promoters that are seen to be aligned to the provincial government or have particular relationships with certain individuals in the provincial government, even in terms of funding for developmental boxing activities, that funding gets skewed in that direction. But also linked to that is the fact that the provincial government, in the form of the Department of Sports and Recreation, could not account for its clear breakdown of spending across all sporting federations, and particularly with regard to boxing. Because just to refresh the memories of some members of the committee, the Department of Sports and Recreation in the Eastern Cape was part of the funders of the Premier Boxing League, in which 8 million was contributed to host this provincial boxing championship led by a promoter called Dixing Lula, in which boxers were promised the cash prize of 1 million rands. To this day, the actual winner of that championship, Ndongeni Nomeva, who's known as Nomeva in the Eastern Cape, I'm sure the chairperson of the committee will know about him, has yet to be paid. But subsequent to that is the reality that when you go further into the lower forms of government, particularly local government, spending on sports facilities, either in the form of construction of new facilities or maintenance, gets either shifted across because there is not sufficient oversight on those. And this is where, as the National Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation, our interventions will always be belated, because by the time that we get to grips with these issues, the damage has already been done. And this was more evident in Gauteng, because we had some members of the Provincial Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation, but when those issues were brought to the front, it was all of a surprise to them. So the issue of oversight, as much as we can do our role as the portfolio committee, but unless it's done across all legislatures and even in municipalities, we'll continue to cheat youngsters of the opportunity to play in decent sporting facilities, because to some government and to some administrators, it is not seen as a core service delivery issue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Member.
Motlatsa Speaker Eric Otamishi ka ntlong kgolo. Re le EFF re amogela report e mabakeng a latelago. E be ke le gona go la Eastern Cape le go la Gauteng. Ke bone ka mahlo gore batho ba baso, batho ba ba sokolang a ba hlokomele ga e tla tabeng ya sports. Ditšhelete kwa Eastern Cape di fiwa dikolo tša bo Sankhurane, bo Daily College. Ge le tša ba sokolago a di hwetše selo. Ke ka tsela eo mmušo wa lehono o tlaišang batho ba ba sokolago. Ga gona tirišano magareng ga setšhaba le mmušo kwa Eastern Cape. Go tšweletše di-clubs tše e le gore ga di tsebe le gore go diragang. Go na le IDP e le gore even di-stakeholders ga di tsebe ka ga yone. Ke ka lebaka leo di-clubs ja go boša mmušo wa province ka go latola gore lena a le re thuše ka selo. Ka kwa go la Gauteng re hoditše le gore ba mmušo ga ba dire oversight, ba mmušo wa province ga ba dire oversight, ba letela national parliament e tla tlo ba direla mošomo. That's why ga re fihla kwa dikolong e ba bona ba boditšang di-question instead of e be bona ba re addressang gore go diragang on the ground. A ba tsebe selo le gore go diragang on the ground. So ke ka lebaka le le gore kwa Rosina Sejibane ba mmušo ba hlolegile go araba dipotšišo tše le gore the national parliament e be ba botšiša tšona ka lebaka la gore be lela mathomo ba e kopanya le ba di-clubs ko dikolong. Ge le baraloki ba tša matswele le go boxing ka Eastern Cape ba mo mathateng ka baka la gore ba bolaišwa tlala. Di-promoters di dividilwe ka magamabedi. Go na le di-promoters tše le gore ke bo Sankhurane, ke bagwera ba bo bossman ka mmušong, and go na le promoters tše le gore di neglectiwe di lahlilwe a di kry selo. Seo se bontšha mmušo wa mašaedi, mmušo wa go se rate setšhaba, mmušo wa go fa bo Sankhurane tšhelete ba tlogele batho ba baso. Re re go Minister Mbalula di išantate ditšhelete a di šomele setšhaba, ditšhelete a di tlogele go ya go bo Sankhurane, setšhaba ke sona se go boutetšego. Ka mabaka a gore re le EFF ra e kgothola ripote a re amogele.
Remember?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP do support the report of the committee, but there are still many schools without adequate grant funding and sport program facilities. Schools such as Katlehong High School in Katlehong and Ulwazi High School in Togoza, which both still have inadequate sporting ground, which places learners at these schools at a great disadvantage when it comes to sport development. When I last visited Katlehong High School in January 2016, the school principal, Ms. Ngwenya, requested my interventions. With the Department of Sport and Recreation, I duly sent correspondence to the Minister of Sport on the 26th of January 2016. To date, I have still not even had the courtesy of any acknowledgement of receipt, let alone a response. In this, an example of how the Minister views sport development in our schools. In schools in rural areas and townships are hardest hit with little or no sporting facilities. This school should be top of the list of our agenda, Minister. Why this is not so? The Joe Maron Boxing Club in Tema, Gauteng, which is home to some of the finest young boxing talent in South Africa, is still without proper equipment. This club has tried on numerous occasions to get assistance from the minister. It always fails on deaf ears. Why does the minister not respond to community issues such as this? Does he not care, or is his office just incompetent? Either may be need an urgent change in the sport minister is the sport development is suffering. Uma sifuna ukuthi kuqhubeke kahle ezikoleni nomhlambe sikwazi ukuimplementa i-sporting code ngolwesithathu noma izingane zethu zikwazi ukuthi ngolwezi zibe nama-sporting code zonke izikole sicela ukuthi uminister ku-implementwe ipolicy ekhombisa ukuthi izikole iyakwazi ukuthi inakekele ayinokuphila kwezingane ezikoleni zethu. Ngiyathokoza.
Honorable Filton.
Thank you, Chair. The Eastern Cape is still experiencing lots of ongoing serious disparities insofar as the availability of sports facilities is concerned. However, Dale College in King Williamstown must be commended for hosting 18 local schools for training. Scholars not making full use of the facility as they need transportation to get there. There are serious ongoing problems in boxing down there. Previous speakers have alluded to this. It was alleged that one group of promoters gets support from government on the basis that they have got strong political connections, and that one, the other one which doesn't have those connections is starving, and so do their boxers. Still, there's no maximum benefit from the MIG. Where it is utilized, it would have helped to alleviate the shortage of sports facilities. There is no meaningful relationship between the Provincial Department of Sport and SALGA, and this inhibits progress in sports development. Overall, there is still a lot to be done to advance the cause of sport, especially for players of color. Critical areas are these: administration, whether it's in rugby, whether it's in soccer, whether it is in any other sport. Administration remains a challenge to a whole lot of sporting bodies. It's particularly the case when it comes to classes of people that are, to a large extent, dependent on government support. Conflicts. Conflict management remains a critical factor that inhibits the development of sport. This is across the board. Facilities, lots of institutions, lots of codes rather, lack facilities, and those that already have them, they need capital in order to be able to maintain them because people are so poor, there is no gate money to help them. Lastly, the Department of Basic Education is supposed to be working in tandem with the sports department, but that marriage could never be consumed. The regular absence of the minister from the portfolio committee does not help us as MPs to solve the political problems that surround sport. This is an ongoing concern, and we wish his colleagues could talk him into getting used to going to the portfolio committee. He is there only on invitation, and there are political problems that inhibit the development of sport in our country, but he's having a leisure time elsewhere. We support the report.
Yes, Honourable Member, NFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker and honourable members. The NFP welcomes the Portfolio Committee's report tabled here today and support the recommendations contained therein. Of particular significance to us are the many recommendations which urge the Department of Sports and Recreation to cooperate with the other government departments, municipalities, schools, and organizations. The NFP has on several occasions called for greater and visible cooperation between the department and schools. When we travel in rural areas past schools, it is heartbreaking to see children playing sport on any piece of level land they can find. There are very little visible signs of infrastructure development for sporting facilities at schools. And community sport facilities do not seem to feature high on the list of priorities for many of our municipalities. We believe, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that sport is one avenue open to youth where they can express their skills, dreams, and aspirations in a healthy and wholesome way. Sport has the potential to be a buffer for our youth against social ills such as drugs and alcohol abuse. Sport, furthermore, has the potential to unite communities and foster a sense of unity. We need to see sport as a resource for social cohesion. Cooperation between the Department of Sport and Recreation and other government departments, municipalities, and schools will go a long way in creating a climate where our sporting codes can be developed, nurtured, and harnessed for the benefit of society. But in itself, it is not the answer. We also need to put in place mechanisms to follow up on sports development initiatives to ensure that government is indeed doing its job. The NFP believes that effective monitoring and evaluation mechanism for sport development initiative will go a long way in addressing the concerns expressed by the Portfolio Committee in this report, and sincerely hopes that the Department of Sports and Recreation will implement the recommendation contained in the report tabled here today with the due haste it deserves. Other than that, the NFP will support the report. I thank you.
Honourable Member, Honourable Dulani.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, in the ATC is a true reflection of what we've seen in these two provinces. May I confess that the Gauteng was the best with some few challenges when we were there. With the Eastern Cape problem, it's a problem that as the committee we did table back to the minister. What surprises us, we were doing an oversight because of the problem which are national of the boxing South Africa. But when we get there, to our surprise, we got two different boxing promoters without the boxings themselves. And as I'm standing here, I cannot confirm saying that what they've told us, it was a true reflection of what is happening in the Eastern Cape in boxing promoters, because they were having two sides that as a committee we've noticed that when we were there we wanted to hear the problems of the boxers, but they did come with their own problems as promoters. And that's what I cannot say, that those accusations and allegations they were putting to us, they are true reflection of the truth. We have said they must write it down to the committee, because when we were there, we were saying that how are we going to respond on allegations? And we decided as a committee saying that, please, what we are saying here, both of you write down in order that we must have written information. As from that day until today, there are no written representation. But when we were there, they were very harsh and they were hot. We even asked, if we are here to complain about your good selves, what about the boxers? Honorable, our Minister of Copter, the MIG in all provinces, except two provinces, which is Western Cape and Free State, is not used accordingly. We cannot achieve what we're supposed to achieve as this Department of Sport and Recreation because the MIC is misdirected. And until that, we'll be seeing rural areas benefiting on what is in these 21 years down the line of the transformation of sport will help you to assist us on the MIC fund.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to.
The objection of the EFF must be noted.
Okay. That will be noted. Okay. Honorable members, the next item is the debate on a matter of public importance in terms of Rule 103. In the name of Dr. P.W.A. Mulder, on the increasing racial tension and conflict in South Africa, especially in universities and its detrimental effect on the country's development. I now recognize Honorable P.W.A. Mulder.
Deputy Speaker, in South Africa there is currently a serious debate about racism. We here are the chosen representatives of the people. We have to provide leadership. To date, there hasn't been a debate about this issue in Parliament. That's why I asked this specific debate. So we disagree about many issues. That's why we sit here divided into different political parties. The question is, do we differ in our condemnation of racism? I believe that in debates like these, leaders have to set the example. Leaders on all sides. Leaders determine the tone of such debates. In the SONA debate, I said, also as a message to my supporters, racism is a very serious issue that must be condemned unconditionally. Racism from the side of white people or black people carries the germ that could destroy South Africa and all human relations. So I then referred to the T-shirt at UCT with "Kill All Whites" written on it. I believe the President would use the opportunity to also condemn it. My big disappointment was that he didn't react to it. So I'm prepared to state that Presidents Mandela, Mbeki and Motlanthe would have condemned it. The question is, where does this student protest come from? So in the past decade, government has given less money to universities every year and study fees were ever increasing. The Feast Must Fall protest campaign was a reaction to this. It was a broad protest across language and color barriers. So the current protests are different. The current protests are largely artificial. On every campus, there's a small number of activists, 4 or 5, who are calculating, try and start up protests. They are not supported by the thousands of students, as was the case with the Feast Must Fall, but only by a couple of hundred. This is an artificial attempt of certain political powers and the EFF to create a revolutionary climate. The artificial nature is clear from the fact that at every campus a grievance is sought. At UCT, it's residences. At UWC, contract workers. At University of Pretoria, Afrikaans. When there wasn't a problem at Mahikeng with whites or Afrikaans, the Student Council became the grievance to burn buildings. Mr. Gordon can do his best to repair foreign interest trust, but if photos of burning university buildings appear abroad, it draws a line through these attempts. So Section 17 of the Constitution, and I quote it, says, everyone has the right, peacefully and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions. Sir, but there's no right to violence or to destroy. Section 16 guarantees freedom of expression, but then states that this right does not extend to incitement of imminent violence or advocacy to hatred that is based on race and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. Isn't this precisely what the Kill All Whites T-shirt is trying to do? The majority of students want to study. Is it reasonable that a small group of activists is preventing them from studying as at Shoshanguve. Campus rectors and government shouldn't hesitate to act against these students if their protests go over into violence, if they destroy property or infringe on the rights of other students. It's against the Constitution and the only way in which to address this problem. Sir, I said leaders determine the tone of such debates, and I criticized the ANC. But this weekend, the Honourable Bladen Simande proved me wrong. According to the Sunday Times, he said these anti-white sentiments from students could lead to racial conflict. The students' approach was doing more harm than good to the struggle for non-racialism. We want to build a non-racial society. We must confront racist and racism, but we must be above them. Sir, for once I agree with the Honourable Minister. The Institute for Race Relations found an opinion poll on race that 85% of all South Africans agree that different races, the race groups need each other to make a success of South Africa. The majority of South Africans are good people who don't want conflict or racial tensions. Are we, as leaders in this assembly, portraying a unanimous view on racism to the outside, or do we differ in our condemnation of racism? Sir, be personal. My grandson, Peter, is exactly 1 week old today. He will be 50 years old in 2066. What will South Africa look like then? A country of violence, racism and civil war, or a country that is a model for the world of how different groups could cooperate and afford everyone a place in the sun? What we do here today already starts to determine that future. I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, in leading the fight for non-racialism, the late President of the African National Congress, Comrade Oliver Tambo, warned us that racism bedevils human relations, brutalizes entire peoples, destroys persons, wasps, thought processes, and injects into human society a foul air of tension, mutual antagonism, and hatred. He said, and I quote, "When subjected to institutionalized racism, victims often internalizes the racism of the perpetrator. This involves turning in on oneself, blaming oneself, holding the perpetrator in high esteem, and regarding the system of racial oppression as natural," close quote. The late President O.R. Tambo had cautioned that the consequences of internalized racism are often manifest in the low self-esteem and self-loathing, which can lead to high levels of abuse of the most vulnerable within the oppressed group, such as women and children, and general prevalence of inward-directed violence. Honorable Speaker, unlike those of our compatriots who had benefited from or embraced racism, the overwhelming majority of South Africans who were victimized by the brutal system of segregation and apartheid have always rejected racism. We reject racism because it demeans and dehumanizes both victim and practitioner, locking them into the vile relationship of master race and counterman, superior and underling, each with his position defined by race. As we have seen in the recent weeks, the resurgence of the racism, including opposition to revised language policies at Stellenbosch, Pretoria, and Free State universities, supported by the descendants of beneficiaries of racist apartheid policies, the foul air of tension, mutual antagonism, and hatred at our institutions of higher learning has its origin from a longing for pigmentocracy, social, economic, and cultural dominance that characterize the African nationalism. Reactionary formations like the Freedom Front, of which one of the leaders was speaking earlier, and its right-wing partners, the AfriForum, are fueling the foul air of tension, mutual antagonism, and hatred because they are opposed to transformation of higher education and the shaping of democratic multilingual language policies and practices that reflect the aspiration of our Constitution. We are nonetheless encouraged that universities, which were enclaves of Afrikaner nationalism, seems eager to adopt progressive language policies. Our young people are increasingly rejecting racial hatred and the indoctrination of right-wing youth camps in the midst of racial chaos. We have seen them reach out to one another and holding hands, determined to overcome forces of hatred and those opposed to transformation. They do not need the Mulder brothers to distort the non-racial policies of the ANC, because they understand what late world icon and former President Nelson Mandela meant when he said, and I quote, "During my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to the struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and a free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die," close quote. Honorable Speaker, the preamble of our Constitution recognizes the historical obligation to redress and to correct the wrongs of the past and to affirm the historically disadvantaged. That includes the redress of the skewed economic ownership and land disposition. It acknowledges that we cannot achieve unity and social cohesion without reducing the gaps of inequality, unemployment and poverty between rich and poor, black and white, women and men, city and country. At the center of the challenges that we are facing in this country are issues of inequality. And if we continue to disregard this important aspect, we will always miss the mark. So if people are dispossessed, they will raise their issues, and indeed those who have benefited will always defend that which they have. Without unity, the nation cannot hope to correct the wrongs of the past. Without correcting the wrongs of the past, unity will be superficial. Sadly, not all of us in this august House support the urgent need to reduce inequality of opportunity, redress and enabling sharing of common space. We need to awaken to the populace to speak when things go wrong and to be active in their own development. Over and above promoting the knowledge of the Constitution and fostering the values it espouses, we as the ANC wish to reiterate our call for strengthening of laws that protect and promote human dignity and equality by criminalizing racism. We call for the establishment of a national register for racist offenders. As part of tightening the legislation with racism, we will ensure that racists are blacklisted. Making the register also available or accessible to embassies will assist them with the screening of visa application as well as work permits to keep racists from their countries. These racists must only remain here in South Africa because we have them. We have to manage them such that when they are fine, we can then allow them to be exposed to the world. The recent banning of Mr. Deval, a trainer employed by Capital Outsourcing Group, a South African-based company, for alleged ill-treating and racist towards Mozambican workers in Maputo, suggests that we urgently need the register to protect our country from those who have a potential to dent our image, to misrepresent us, both in the continent and abroad. Through the register, and I can hear that those that are against are just seated on my left-hand side. Through the register, we will guarantee that those who share the racist prejudice with Penny Sparrow, Garrett Cliff, Chris Hart, including the 3 Cape Town Table View youngsters that brutally assaulted Sonwabile Jakuja and left him to die, those posting racist comments on Afrofroma Facebook page are not embarrassing us elsewhere. Criminalization of racism will also rid this House of other public institutions and other public institutions of those found guilty of hate speech, like the DA's Diana Cola Barnett, Councillor Chris Roberts, and this must also include those that were exposing themselves and indeed involved in racial slur earlier on in this debate. Victims of racism like Elna Sikwane, who used to be a member of the DA, remember? And he used to pick up your leader from Gautrain station. That lady who suffered humiliation when she was referred to by K-word and BEE trash by your member, your candidate for Steve Chwete Municipal Council, Bernardi, Honorable Bernardi Shop, and he was unable to protect her, and yourselves have not been able to protect that lady. Those people need to be protected by this law, because we cannot afford a situation where perpetrators have to work hard to have them protected. We agree wholly with Standard Bank CEO Sim Chabalala that open and subtle racism hurts its victims terribly. It weakens the fabric of society, it poisons politics, it erodes the trust and optimism on which economic growth depends. As we said, our history has taught us that racism can lead directly to systematic cruelty and appalling violence. We welcome this session. That transformation is not a choice. Indeed, all of us have a legal and moral duty to work hard to promote the transformation and enter a new phase of open and serious dialogue about race and racism in our country. We challenge the business sector, to demonstrate its commitment to transformation by the aspirations, values expressed in our Constitution, by the legal force of its equality clause, and in terms of precisely detailing legislation, including broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act, the Employment Equity Act, and the Labor Relations Act. As peace-loving South Africans, we have a responsibility to join hands across our many divides to build a nation united in its diversity. We recognize and appreciate the role of every South African in realizing our aspiration of a common nationhood, and call on all sectors of our society to rally behind a vision of building a truly South African society that is enshrined in the Freedom Charter, a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. We should remain united in our diversity and committed to the ongoing transformation based on the ideals that so many that had come before us laid their lives for. And as a people, we must reverse and reject racist organization and apologists of racism. Seated here on my left. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bozoli.
Thank you, Chair. Individual and group expressions of racial and other forms of hatred are repellent and must be condemned. But they are symptoms of other things rather than causes in themselves. In the case of ongoing conflict in universities, we need to ask, symptomatic of what? The answer is this. Not only is our society in a terrible economic state, with over 8 million unemployed, 17 million living on state grants, and a 1% growth rate, not only is our state in the process of decay and half captured by an emerging dictatorship, but on top of that, our universities are paying the price for 20 years of financial neglect by government. Of all the many indicators proving this, the most important is this. While government repeatedly congratulates itself that student numbers have more than doubled in the past 20 years, from 400,000 to 1 million, the real amount universities have received from the state per student head has dramatically fallen by 25%, from 20,000 per annum to 15,000 per annum. We have steadily spent less every year on the costs of teaching our students and providing them with the learning materials and environments they need. Universities had to find the missing funds somewhere. Some have obtained grants from foundations and other private sources, but this does not pay for core costs. And will private funders give money to places where buildings are being burnt and feces thrown? Others have little chance of raising substantial private money. Either way, increasing fees has been the only option. At the same time, the majority of the 600,000 new students entering the system have come from poor backgrounds, victims of the economic disaster, which is the ANC government in the 21st century. NSFAS has proved unequal to the task of supporting them. So, the unstoppable force of increasing numbers of poor students has met the immovable object of the costs of running a university. Unsurprisingly, as a result, our universities have been subjected to massive, unremitting protests across every province. There has been violence, arson, vandalism, bullying, the prevention of learning, and probably many other things we don't know about. All our latent fears and historical resentments come to the fore when our world is threatened. It is not unexpected that out of this cauldron of anger and resentment, racial hatred has emerged. Now, what did the ANC think would happen? That the 600,000 new students would find money from a magical place somewhere, like the president has found to build his house, that the universities would miraculously be able to run their campuses on ever-shrinking budgets and keep their fees low. It is outrageous that the current scenario of virtual campus war appears not to have been predicted by government, in spite of warnings from various sources. The protests today have two roots. They are the middle-class students of all races who have decided to adopt US-style postmodern identity politics. Roads must fall is the outcome of this. Then there are those who pretend to represent the poor, black students, but instead of doing so, have hijacked legitimate bread-and-butter issues such as fees, bursaries, accommodation, admissions, and exclusions for their own self-interest, in an astonishingly irresponsible display of political opportunism. The emergence of fees must fall towards the end of last year did see these two classes of students unite, and there was a sudden, if brief, turning against the state. The pseudo-revolutionary Minister Blade Nzimande, hi Mr. Minister Nzimande, found himself on the wrong side of the barricades, while our anti-intellectual president had suddenly to take notice of what he called clever blacks. Once the state was attacked, we saw action. Emergency funding was found, a commission of inquiry was set up, and our dictatorial president, flying in the face of all the principles of university autonomy, declared that there would be no fee increases this year. This flurry of decisions saved the government from being seen as the enemy, but it hasn't solved a single long-term problem. Since January, all student protests have again been directed inwards, but universities and NSFAS remain unable to pay their costs. And as happens when communities turn on one another, the battles have become uglier with time. Because the wider situation...
Honorable Buzoli, please take your seat. Let's hear. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Honorable Member take a question?
No, thank you very much for the offer. The battles have become uglier with time because the wider situation renders them intractable. Our beleaguered vice-chancellors have been humiliated and abused. Racial invective and ethnic hatred bubbles up, together with the impulses to burn and destroy. And the kinds of hostility expressed by Honourable Mahlangu has not helped.
Stop screaming there at the back. Can you stop it, please?
The ANC breathes a sigh of relief as it no longer bears the brunt of all this. Their appeasement strategy has worked. For now, they are able to stoke up race issues where it suits them and adopt the mantle of finger-wagging peacemakers on the other hand. But the price of appeasement is always high. We will be paying that price later this year and during the course of next year when the emergency money runs out. And what of the universities themselves? These are the precious institutions that every generation has a responsibility to care for, so that the next generation may benefit. Very little care seems to be coming from rogue student groups who are in the minority and who bypass democracy in their institutions. These groups remain so wrapped up in their own narcissistic or self-interested worlds that they do not even realize that their actions undermine rather than improve access. Government, too, are part of the problem rather than the solution. Distracted by the President's willfulness on the one hand, and desperately trying to stem youth rebellion and lumpen proletarian uprisings on the other. Instead, universities have become the playthings of special interests and political opportunists. In one of its short-term attempts to address the crisis, government yesterday announced a new body to regulate university fee increases. This is excellent news for students, but is there a similar body to ensure subsidies improve? Because if fees cannot increase, subsidies must increase. Or does the government visualize a lowering of salaries, a decrease of staff per student head, a degrading of buildings, residences, libraries, classrooms and labs, and a lessening of student funding? Universities need to be recapitalized on a large scale, or the tortured agonies of economic, racial and language disputes will worsen and violence will continue and bitterness will prevail. Thank you.
Honorable Khawla.
The EFF is not blind to the irony of today's topic for debate and the people who have brought it to the attention of this House. The Freedom Front Plus and the politics they represent are exactly the reason why we are where we are as a country with no sense of national identity, because for over 350 years, our people, a country with no sense of national identity, because for over 350 years, our people had their humanity undermined, their dignity impugned, and their land stolen. For over 350 years, including the last decades of the ANC rule, black people in this country that have been subjected to the naked violence of white racism. It is violence that demeans, violence that impugns the most minimum requirement for human dignity. It is violence that dispossesses not just land, but all that land represents. The sense of being, the sense of belonging, and the sense of believing that indeed the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their own dreams. The violence of racism even frowns upon black dreams. It shatters dreams because to racists only human can dream, and blacks are not considered human. It is this subhuman conception of blacks by whites that makes it almost normal that black people earn 6 times less than white people. It is this subhuman existence that makes it acceptable that a minority of white settler community only owns 80% of the land, and that they came to their possession that land through violence, rape, and murder. Because whites want us to accept, and that they want us to accept that blacks' lives and black lived experience does not matter that much. Our society accepts that it is normal for black students to be packed like sardines in the accommodation prepared just for them by UCT, whilst their counterparts, white students, are housed in more human residences. It is for this reason as well that Jonathan Jansen, ever so quick to condemn what he deems violence by a black student, has completely refused to condemn the violence perpetrated by Freedom Front Plus supporters against black students in the University of Free State. Now that we have a new generation of black youth who question the very foundation of white privilege, rabid racists like Mr. Mulder and the defenders of white privileges, the DA and the ANC are caught literally with their pants down.
Honorable Khawla, it is unparliamentary to call any member in this House as racist. So please withdraw that, Honorable Member.
I withdraw, Chair. For too long, black people were sold dreams of a rainbow nationhood where they are expected not to disrupt the privileges of whiteness and their own subjected the stench of vomit that whiteness has condemned their existence to be. Black people have had enough. They have had enough of being pariahs in the land of their own birth. They have had enough of landlessness, enough of being servants of Mr. Mulder's farm, and enough of being tokens in white people's insatiable desire for control and accumulation of wealth at the expense of our people. The sudden consciousness by black people from the workers of Marikana who were mowed down by the ANC in defense of white capital to the students at UCT, Wits, Free State and elsewhere indicate the unraveling of the false foundations upon which the country was established. The logical direction with this consciousness can only go to is towards the reclamation of our land and the decolonization of our society and society. That Mr. Mulder is not racist, it's justice. Black people who have been subjected to violence.
Expired.
Thanks.
Honorable Sengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm just saddened that the ongoing finger pointing that you are, as if that solves the problem. In fact, there are white people that are racist, there are black people that are racist. Therefore, we have a situation in this country of racism which is manifesting itself. Racism must fall. Racists must fall. But condemnation is only half the exercise. It is easy to condemn, but to redress the problem is what needs to come out of this House, where together we come out with solutions. We have long passed the phase of knowing who's right and wrong. Let us build. And the finger pointing certainly does not achieve that. In 1994, South Africa, through a negotiated settlement and a progressive constitution in 1996, took a difficult but necessary route of strengthening the weak and not weakening the strong. Thus, let us upskill and develop those who are on the receiving end of apartheid to the level of the beneficiaries of apartheid. In that way, we are going to collapse old inequalities. Presbyterianism has long made the point that in South Africa, we like a bowl of salad, where a tomato is a tomato and lettuce is a lettuce. That is the essence of our unity in diversity. We are in this together. If the tomato is rotten and the lettuce is fresh, then the salad is rotten. Therefore, every instance of racism in our country rots our discourse. The absence of leadership to unite a nation in its diversity and the failure to uplift our people out of their poverty and the continuous inflammatory rhetoric of leaders fuels the racism. Racism is a mindset, it is an attitude, and it is only through education that it can be eradicated, not through the continuous condemnation. Access to education in apartheid was very difficult. And in a free and democratic South Africa, access to education remains a difficult challenge. And once you are in, the odds are even higher. Therein lies the problem. Universities are not sensitive to the challenges of the poor who are previously and presently disadvantaged. It is the system that we need to fix. If the system is fixed, all else shall follow, because mindsets respond to systems. Let us go back to basics and ensure that there's easy access for the previously and presently disadvantaged of our people who found it difficult to enter universities. If we collapse those barriers, we will have taken a great step forward to solve the problem of racism. But let us unite.
Your time is
Racism
expired,
must
Honourable
fall.
Member.
Racists must fall.
Honourable
United we
Shalembe.
stand, divided we fall. I thank you.
Honourable Shalembe.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are often reminded that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. The National Freedom Party considers this opening statement in the preamble of our Constitution as a cornerstone of our democracy and our freedom. Yet, today we are here, sadly, to debate the increase in racial tension and conflict in South Africa. From the start, the NFP says it loud and clearly that racism is disgusting and dehumanizing, and it has no place in South Africa, whom we are asking God to bless when we sing Kosikelele Africa. Remnants of racism are often at school, at the workplace, and also at universities. Recent events at the Stellenbosch, Free State, and Pretoria universities has exposed the deep-seated racism at these institutions and contributes to our collective shame for not addressing these issues adequately before. These recent incidents of racism at our universities and on social media show just how far we have strayed from the ideas laid down in our Constitution. These incidents have a detrimental effect on our unity, peace, and human coexistence. Playing the blame game or using these incidents of racism to score cheap politics points will bring us nowhere. What is needed is redress and development initiatives. We must pay attention to our use and tone of language, take into consideration the diversity of cultures in South Africa, and nurture within our homes a tolerance of racial differences towards transforming our society. Some may say the post-1994 concept of Rainbow Nation is a myth and will do everything in their power to discredit the racial tolerance which our late former President Nelson Mandela so passionately promoted. They are the very same people who make a point of using racial profiling when they refer to issues when in this honorable House. As long as we tolerate the deliberate fanning of racial division in our midst, we'll never be able to tackle the remnants of racism in our society. Inflaming the passion of racial polarization and calls to fight fire with fire is not the benefit of any of us in South Africa. Neither will talk of taking war to the campuses of Free State and Pretoria University bring about an end to racism in our beautiful country. Rather, let us look at ways where the majority of South Africans can come together in harmony and isolate those who stir up racial hatred, expose them and shame them. We believe that the majority of South Africans wish for peace and harmony. It is up to us to take concrete
Honourable
steps
Shalembe,
to
your
make it
time is
happen.
expired.
Pansu Twasana.
Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker and Honourable Members. The racial strife the Africans Must Fall campaign has caused and other critical issues raised by the Fees Must Fall campaign should rouse us from our deep rainbow nation slumber. It is clear that the majority citizens clench pent-up frustrations about an economic system that marginalizes them and their languages more than 2 decades since we attained freedom. Kenyan author Ngungi Waitonge once shared his insight into the role of language in the historical consciousness and development of nations with his words, and I quote, "It is this aspect of language as a collective memory bank of a given people which has made nations and peoples to take up arms to prevent total annihilation or assimilation of their languages, because it is tantamount to annihilating that people's collective memory of past achievements and failures which form the basis of their common identity. It is like uprooting that community from history," end quote. The ongoing racial conflict at our universities over the use of languages can, to some extent, be viewed in this context. It is an attempt by each party to, whether rightly or wrongly, act in a manner that seeks to protect and ward off an affront to its identity. But with our liberal constitution, it need not be so. For instance, it is the constitutional right of African students to be taught in Afrikaans, and we must respect that. Similarly, it is the constitutional right of indigenous language speakers to be taught in the language of their choice, and that too must be respected. No one should foist Afrikaans on our people. The nub of the problem, however, is that we have failed to elevate the status and the use of languages of diminished use in line with Section 6, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and to develop them into academic languages that grant their speakers equal access to power and influence. Deputy Speaker, while we condemn racism, many of our students face discrimination at our schools on a daily basis, have to put up with an alienating institutional culture that makes it difficult for them to acclimatize and to compete with their white counterparts at the same level. We have to compel our universities to build an inclusive institutional culture that integrates students from diverse backgrounds in a manner that follows principles of representation, receptivity, and fairness. However, more broadly speaking, the unrest at our universities is a microcosm of South Africa's larger socioeconomic problems, which we have to urgently address. We therefore cannot remain impassive in the face of their anguished cries for help. We have to roll up our sleeves and get involved. But before we do so, our students have to commit to a disciplined, structured, and nonviolent struggle that forwards their cause. History warns us against the disastrous consequences of allowing emotions to overwhelm our ability to reason. Fellow South Africans, whatever our differences, we are all stitched together by shared history and common destiny. We are therefore all duty-bound to build a South Africa in which we all look forward to the sunrise of our tomorrow. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Madisha.
Thank you. It is utterly disappointing to see a surge in racism in our country. For the once internationally respected liberation movement to resort to racism to garner support for the upcoming local government elections is totally distressing. Mandela's vision of a colorblind South Africa, where skin color would no longer determine one's destiny, is being shattered. In 1994, South Africa embarked on an extraordinary project to celebrate our common humanity. Its high priest was the great reconciler Nelson Mandela. Humanity prayed for us to defeat the demon of racism and serve as a role model for constructive coexistence where Ubuntu prevailed. University students are better placed than most in society to defeat racism, as there is a strong nexus between colonialism and racism. University students must take the lead in intellectually defeating the colonial mindset that nurtures and keeps alive racism. Students cannot be intellectual and racist at the same time. These are mutually exclusive things. Neither can students employ violence and arson to achieve transformation. Science easily defeats all racist postulations. History reviles racism. Racism is soul destroying. Steve Biko was right to assert that there is only one race, the human race. South Africans are a diverse people only through looks and cultural practices. Otherwise, We are one people. Racism harms our cause enormously and loses us international credibility. Apartheid, we want to believe, is dead, and therefore racism should die as well. Leaders must assert that racism will be given no quarter whatsoever. Racism must be anathema to every one of us. We are Africans, each and every one of us here present and beyond. Let us decolonize our minds and thoughts. We need to see
Thank you,
ourselves
Honourable Member. Your
as
time has
Africans.
expired.
And I hope we will be able to move properly forward.
Mohlomphehi Moruti Mishwe.
House Chairperson, results of a survey by the Institute of Race Relations titled Reasons for Hope makes interesting and encouraging reading. It found that most South Africans, black and white, occupy a pragmatic middle ground on race relations. A weekend newspaper reported, and I quote, South Africa's heightened race talk has accompanied a slow economy and massive stress on jobs. A convincing majority of people surveyed agree that better education and more jobs would steadily erode the differences among races. And with this comes a strong sense of mutuality. We are in this together. As much as 85% of the people surveyed agreed with the view that different races need each other to progress, and there should be full opportunity for all people of all colors. Chairperson, this 85% we are referring to does not deny that we still have serious challenges of racism in our country. There are racists in every race group of our country who are stoking hatred and confrontation. Some even inciting violence they hope will lead to race war. Such people should be exposed and marginalized, while those who are level-headed and want to secure a great future for their children and generations to come should debate and find meaningful ways to address the issue of racism. The ACDP agrees with Higher Education Minister Honorable Nzimande, who warned that the approach of some anti-white students on university campuses was doing more harm than good to the struggle for non-racialism. He is correct in saying, and I quote, we want to build a non-racial society. We must confront racists and racism, but we must be above them. That is how we liberated our country, close quote. Racial tensions and conflicts in our country should not be allowed to go unchallenged. Edmund Burke once said, and I quote, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph, it takes good men and women to do nothing, close quote. Peace-loving South Africans should speak out against racism, which is hurtful, destructive, and divisive. They should speak out against those who use derogatory and demeaning names such as the K word or F word. They should speak out against those who put inflammatory slogans on T-shirts calling for people of certain groups to be killed. All race groups in our country need each other to make progress and improve our economy, create jobs, narrow the inequality gap, and turn this beautiful country into a model of reconciliation, peace, and prosperity, where respect for God, for one another, and for property becomes the hallmark of our legacy. In conclusion, I want to challenge all South Africans to take lessons from the piano. The piano is an instrument that has both white and black keys, which are mutually dependent. And to fully enjoy the true and potential of its soothing, sweet melodies, one must use all the keys, black and white. A new sound should emerge from South Africa, a sound that resonates with harmony and brings unity and peace. Indeed, united we stand, but divided we fall. Thank you.
Ra leboga. Mohlomphehi Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I must first say that I don't think we are doing justice to the citizens of this country by debating on the matter that is racism today, after we have firstly shown them the opposite of what we are now saying in the beginning of this sitting. I believe that transformation needs to to start with us as members of parliament first. Nonetheless, Honorable Chair, since the dawn of democracy in 1994, or even early as 1990, when political leaders like Tata Madiba were released from prison, the eyes of the entire world were on South Africa, and everybody believed it was the end of racism in this country. The expectation that racism has died. 16 years later, it showed its evil face once again, and most unfortunately, this very fifth parliament of the Republic has clearly shown that racism is rooted, this time arrogantly, in this country. We all know that racism has a negative impact on every individual that is experiencing it, as well as the wider community. This feeling of superiority of one person or group over another has had devastating consequences on the building of a non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. We all, therefore, including those howling, need to join hands and condemn this practice, Honorable Chair. What should worry us most is where this country goes than where it comes from. Our painful history must not become something to live on, but must be used to guide this country towards a non-racist, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. Yes, laws have been designed to rid us from racism, and policies are in place, but still it is difficult for people to embrace each other's culture, color, and lifestyle. Incidents of racism among students in universities are on the rise rather than calming down. That makes us, Honorable Chair, as the AIC, to believe that there should be a continuous dialogue on this matter, as it won't just disappear because it has a long history, dating as far back as 1652, when the Dutch landed on our shores. We call upon all the peace-loving citizens of this country to come together and fight this demon. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Posa.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my response to all the negative issues that were raised by Professor Pozzoli on this platform is that there is only one solution, ma'am. The solution is total transformation of the institutions of higher learning. And we need willingness by all those who are in leadership to assist in ensuring that total transformation. Well, to Honorable Member Hlongwa, you are so right, sir. Blame shift game is not a solution to racism, but avoidance and postponement to deal with the problems head on. Working together with all of you sitting here, we can do more. Well, Honorable Chair, Merriam-Webster defines racism as a belief that race is the primary determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. According to UNESCO, racism includes racist ideologies, prejudice attitudes, discriminatory behavior, structural arrangements, and institutional practices resulting in racial inequality. South African society, including education system, was based on discrimination and racism for a long time. This is illustrated by Verwoerd's introduction of Bantu education system, which put Bantu education under the control of a state committed to white supremacy and the pursuit of these racist policies through education. Thanks God, this is now something of the past, but we need your cooperation in working together with the government of the day, because this government has, yes, I am referring to you. I cannot listen to you if you don't listen and you don't respond to this, the ANC-led government's policies. You are expected to do that like yesterday. Today, 22 years down the line, we're dealing with these problems that could be avoided earlier. We could have avoided this if you did not become resistant. Our country was well known, listen to this one. Our country was well known for racism among the nations of the world during the apartheid era. It is no surprise that attitudes and practices of the past continue and sometimes develop in new ways. I agree, #racism must fall. Since our democracy, the ANC-led government has promulgated laws and introduced policies that do away with apartheid legislation and policies in education. These policies introduce new values informing teaching and learning, research and curriculum, which intends to promote non-racialism. Regardless of these new laws and new values introduced, inequality still exists in our education system, and there are clear connections between race and class, which give rise to discrimination and racism in our post-apartheid South Africa. Our role as a broader society is to look carefully at our education system. Not only the committee, the broader society at large. We've got to look carefully at what is happening there. And on behalf of our children or students, we rise up and act against all the wrongdoings that are happening, which we left in the hands of the youth that today has decided to express them in the form of violence. Shortly after 1994, South Africa, thank you very much. Shortly after 1994, South Africa agreed to the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. As a country, we are bound by declarations such as UNESCO's Declaration on Race and Racial Prejudices. Our constitution is one of the best, I'm talking about the best of the best in the world. It prescribes commitment to human dignity, non-racialism and non-sexism, and also reinforces the Bill of Rights, which provide a solid, and I repeat, a solid platform for citizenship, anti-discrimination education in the post-apartheid South Africa. Neville Alexander and Salim Vali, in their book Racism and Education, argue that race is not a valid biological entity. Therefore, any claim that human species can be subdivided into so-called races is simply untrue, end quote. So, no race should see itself as above other races. This also applies to our institutions of higher learning. Instead, people's behavior based on the belief in race makes it possible for racist politicians and other people with money power to mobilize their followers on the race card. Because of the supposedly existence of race, cultural practices, job reservations, separate institutions have become uncritically accepted as normal. This is very wrong and has to change, and it has to change now. Presently, the country is confronted by racism at universities, in education and employment. In 2015, we observed a series of student protests by movements established at different institutions to deal with the issue of transformation and racism. Rhodes Must Fall, Open Stellenbosch, Open Rhodes at Rhodes University, to mention but a few. These were born out of the simmering frustrations on the lack of and slow pace of transformation at universities. Silence does not mean people are content with what is happening around them. I'm sure we've learned something from this one. This year is barely 3 months old, but we have already witnessed ugly scenes of what appears to be incidents that are linked to racism on at least 3 campuses in our country. The incidents relating to hashtag Shackville at the University of Cape Town, hashtag Afrikaans must fall, and anti-white campaign by protesters at the University of Pretoria, and the conflict at the University of Free State rugby field have threatened to polarize students and staff at higher education institutions along racial lines. This is certainly something that has no place or space in a democratic South Africa. Least of all at universities that are by their very nature supposed to be paragons of tolerance and mutual respect. As a nation in nation building, we are capable of joining our hands together, as demonstrated by the students in Pretoria when they prayed together, illustrating that they see beyond the differences in our skin pigmentation. These incidents of racism, violence, and damage to property are unfortunately unacceptable, and all of us, and I mean all of us, should strongly condemn them with the contempt they deserve. Whilst the students have the right to protest, they also have the responsibility to ensure that they do so within the confines of the law. Columnist Austin Stollows cautioned against crossing a line that divides protest from riot. When people protest, he says, it is their prerogative to make their voices heard. Riot, on the other hand, is when the aggrieved party becomes the problem. The challenge with crossing this line is that riotous action clouds the legitimacy of the issues that have to be brought to the fore. As the committee in our oversight function, we have, since the beginning of the 5th Parliament, persistently said that transformation in institutions of higher learning is neither negotiable nor can it be postponed. Higher education institutions need to transform and need to transform now, taking into consideration the liberatory and universalist understanding of education, is that it involves the fullest development of the individuals regardless of race, and the importance of developing their critical thinking as part of a democratic collective. To counter against racism, we have to learn to respect people's human dignity. And to fight against racism, we have to speak up and never allow racist remark to pass. To remedy the scourge, we've got to conduct educational programs and anti-racism campaigns in our schools, residential areas, and social institutions as a redress of racist policies of the past. In conclusion, the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation have this to say, I quote, "We cannot afford to gloss over our differences as a multicultural society and the legacy of our history of segregation, which is still in existence in our society. Our homes, schools, churches, and workplaces continue to bear testimony to this. The question of racism must invariably remain in the public limelight so that South Africans can engage with it in public forums and the media in order to guard this country against any form of divisions. Consistent denunciation of racism by top government leadership, as well as other leaders, talking even political party leaders in different spheres of our society, would be important in promoting coexistence, especially to young growing minds. We are there as their role models, not to destroy them. Racism is a scourge that humiliates both the perpetrator as well as the victim, and so we need to guard ourselves against it, lest we all lose our dignity. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kasim.
Honorable Chairperson, the hour is drawing late. Late for South Africans from all walks of life to stand up and say, this far and no further. After much more than 150 million rand in damages to our universities, the blatant assault of black students at a rugby game at the University of the Free State, white students marching against black students at the University of Pretoria, with an anti-white campaign at the same university, Honorable Corne Mulder calling on the EFF to be crushed, and Honorable Julius Malema saying that we will crush you too, SASCO declaring war on AfriForum, and the EFF posting how to make petrol bombs, advocating for them to be thrown at colonialists. Certainly, it is time to draw a line in the sand against racism and violence. This includes taking responsibility. Political parties and leaders have played a toxic role in dividing South Africans along racial lines and advocating violence. It has come from all sides. Those responsible for violent rhetoric like the EFF must pay for the damages it has caused. You can't just steal the futures of our students and think it is fine. Those responsible for divisive rhetoric must come together.
Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair.
Honourable Kasim, please take your seat. On what point are you raising, Honourable Paulson?
Honourable House Chair, the Honourable Member shouldn't come and mislead the House and lay the blame for the destruction of property at
Honourable
the feet of
Member.
the EFF. He must withdraw that, Honourable Chair.
No.
No, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Member, there's nothing to withdraw. This is a debate. Or continue, Honourable...
He cannot come and mislead the House,
Honourable Paulson, please take your seat. Continue, Honourable Kasim.
Those responsible for divisive rhetoric must be called upon to pledge reconciliation and redress. If they refuse, they must be condemned to the dustbin of history. This is the responsibility of all South Africans that want a prosperous, free and fair South Africa. The scourge of racism can only be fought with reconciliation and redress. The politicians and political parties that are fueling racial divisions are doing so for their own political ends. They know just as well that fighting racism with racial division is like engaging in sexual intercourse for virginity. The ANC has become intellectually bankrupt. Their election strategy is not...
Order, honourable members. Order. Order. Continue, Honourable Kasim.
My time. Their election strategy is not vote for us because we can govern better, but rather vote for us because we are not white. And they have done everything that they can to divide South Africans for political ends while spitting on Nelson Mandela's legacy. The legacy of a leader who taught us that our scars would not be healed by more hatred, but only by love and understanding. A leader incarcerated for 27 years for fighting against racial domination, who was the embodiment of forgiveness and reconciliation. The DA is the only party that has inherited this project of reconciliation, which the ANC has abandoned. The escalating racial tensions, Honourable Chairperson, have not taken place in a vacuum. These politicians can only divide South Africans if the conditions allow them to. These conditions for divisions are created when former black universities are neglected, as they are not on Minister Nzimande's state captured to-do list. They are created when poor, mostly black students are not funded or set up to fail and are subjected to inferior living and learning experiences. They are created when aspiring black academics are not funded and supported by the state. They are created when, after 22 years, nothing is done to develop African languages as mediums of instructions, and the list is endless. Minister Blade Nzimande and the ANC have no interest in the lives of black students. To him, black lives do not matter unless they can be used to divide South Africans for political ends. When the Leicester video was released last year, Honourable Blade Nzimande jumped to grandstand, and Honourable Posa was speaking before me now, called an emergency meeting of the Higher Education Portfolio Committee to summon Stellenbosch University. He was jumping, and it's right, he must jump. But why didn't he jump when the University of Fort Hare was close to collapse just 1 week after that? Where was his kangaroo-like tendencies then? This oblivious minister actually said earlier this year that the little increase in funds to NSFAS that we got after the Fees Must Fall protest was because of him and not because of the students who rose up and were met with violence and ridicule. Honorable Chairperson, the only prosperous way forward for South Africa and our students is through meaningful reconciliation and redress. The DA represents the silent majority who want opportunities for all in South Africa that is free and fair. It is not too late, but the hour is late. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture.
Siyabonga sihlalo ongqongqoshe abakhona namasekela abo malunga ahloniphekile eParliament maqabane nabangani. Namhlanje usuku olubaleke kakhulu. Usuku lomama umhlaba wonke. Engicabanga ukuthi kufanele konke sikwenzayo sikukhumbule lokho. Usuku lembokodo. Malbongwe. Lenyanga esikuyo kaNdasa nonyaka. Inyanga la sikhumbula khona amalungelo abantu ngaphansi kwesiqubulo ukuthi iningizimu Afrika ayihlangane ilwisane nokucwasana ngebala. Kufanele ke sikhumbule lonto ukuthi kwenzeka lokhu eyintweni esizibonayo zenzeka ikakhulukazi ema-university lolu dlambedlu olukhona esilibona lwenzeka nokucwasana ngokwebala kanjalo futhi nasemphakathini njoba sizwileke ukuthi abanye bethu behlela kulendlu babambe iqhaza ekuhlukaniseni isizwe sakithi. Kodwa kufanele siqale ekuqaleni. Yebo kufanele kubuyiswane. Kodwa kufanele futhi sivumelane ukuthi yini lesibuyisana kuyona. Singobani sisukaphi. To start with, South Africa was conquered by force, and up to 1994, it was ruled by force. Between 1652 and 1994, the South African nation state was characterized by ongoing, mostly violent conflict between oppressors and the oppressed. So the problems we are dealing with today are not the problems of 5 years or 10 years ago. Whether we're talking about violent conduct between Van Riebeeck and his company on the one hand, and the foremost indigenous South Africans, the Ko and the San on the other, the British imperial expansion policy after the discovery of diamonds in the latter part of the 19th century, where African kingdoms were overpowered and their land dispossessed, or effects of the South African War, the so-called Anglo-Boer War. In all this, the thread that runs through is violent subjugation of the majority, racial superiority, and class exploitation. The objects of the liberation struggle was to undo the legacy of colonial apartheid, characterized as colonialism of a special type, where a colonized nation and colonizing nation shared one geographic space. I will come to you. Our agenda seeks to create a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. In 1994, our democracy inherited a state without a nation. This is the instance where colonial conquest brought together different communities in one state, but this very conquest was used by the colonizers to divide and try to prevent the unity of these communities into a nation. It is against this backdrop that we understand our task of nation building and social cohesion, of which the latter is the practical expression of the former, inspired by the South African historical experiences. Nation building concept find practical expression in the Freedom Charter and upheld in the Constitution of the Republic, adopted in 1996, 20 years this year. The expressions like South Africa belongs to all who live in it and unity in diversity underline our resolve to uproot any form of exclusion, be it racially, economically, socially, culturally, et al. It speaks to common destination with diverse inclinations inherent in human nature. The National Development Plan, Chapter 15, enjoins us to build a socially coherent nation, and as a result of which, our government has adopted Outcome 14, which is about nation building and social cohesion. The 5 main outputs of our program are fostering constitutional values, mainly about the Bill of Rights, about the Bill of Responsibility, together with the national symbols. Equal opportunities, inclusion and redress, to improve enforcement of Employment Equity Act and changing attitude and behavior, especially on gender, xenophobia, and others. Promoting social cohesion across society through increased interaction across race and class, using both sports, arts, and cultural activities to realize this goal. Promoting active citizenry and leadership to improve participation in national and local government elections and participation in community-based processes. Fostering social compact, crafting this compact for democratic, equal and prosperous society, shared values and national identity. Unless as South Africans we come together and discuss and agree what our national identity as South Africans is, we will still be far from the nation building and social cohesion agenda. We have chosen a path of this painstaking journey of building and not destruction, of progress and not regress. We are doing this conscious of our history having thrusted upon us its dastardly alter ego, the remnants of racist ideology that seeks to perpetuate itself with its horrors, vested privileges, embedded interest in a country fraught with the effects of economic, social, cultural divisions imposed by centuries of colonialism, segregation, and apartheid. We will defeat this pernicious ideology of racism by involving all progressive forces of our society. We will succeed through our firm focus on the strategic goal of creating a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. Racism should be eradicated in the entire universe and in our country, as it is one of the great evils of our time. As O.R. would have said, bedevils human relations between individuals, within and between nations, and across continents. It brutalizes the entire peoples, destroys persons, warps the process of thought, and injects into human society a foul tension, mutual antagonism, and hatred. It demeans and dehumanizes both victim and practitioner, locking them into vile relationship of master race and Untermensch, superior and underling, each with his position defined by race. Racism is not merely a prejudice. It is both ideological and systemic. Racism manifests itself throughout almost all institutions in our society. Today we're talking about institutions of higher learning, but tomorrow we'll be talking about other institutions, because what you are dealing with is an institutionalized racism which we are uprooting. We should remember that our struggle was always about uplifting the quality of life of all South Africans, especially the poor, the majority of whom are Africans and female. At the same time, it has the effect of liberating the white community from the false ideology of racial superiority and the insecurity attached to oppressing others. Humanity is under obligation to punish and suppress this crime. Its perpetrators cannot be suppressed by means of words or persuasion alone to desist from the commission of this type of crime. The recent challenges are the reflections of the unwillingness of certain sections of our society to accept the fundamentals of transformation. In recent weeks, we have also witnessed student protests reach levels of stridency and frustration that too have appeared to polarize into black and white. We reiterate that the destruction of property, the loss of life and limb will never be condoned at any time. It is an act of regress, and there is nothing progressive or revolutionary about it, as some would have said. Whilst the struggle for transformation in institutions of learning should be accelerated, that should take place in a disciplined fashion. That's a true trait of a revolutionary. Anyone espousing such anarchic behavior is a true advocate of modern ultra-leftism. This is a left-wing infantile disorder in character whose main feature is subjectivism, a confusion of what is desirable with what is actually and immediately possible. Political parties in this House should desist from fanning the flames of such warped ideologies. Neither should we become apologists of racism and racists. We should not tolerate racism and racists in our organization. If within a space of 2 months you discover that your party is a hotbed of racists, like some amongst us in this House, leadership must prevail. Whether it's a little sparrow or Honorable Kola Barnett or Trollip, we will judge your commitment through their expulsion without picking and choosing those you think you have to. When you preside over a racist organization, you also become racist by association. As the leader of the opposition would say, you are actually the real sellout, selling out the people who fought for this freedom. I think we should be frontal. We should not say we don't tolerate racism, but we tolerate it. You expel someone, a month later you take a person back into the benches. That's not the commitment. What is to be done? Firstly, we should, all of us, unanimously reject racism and isolate racists in our midst. We should take a firm stand on justice and equality. We should deepen our program of de-educating the old ways and re-educating into the new ethos of transformation and progress. We should always mobilize society to strengthen the pillar of mass mobilization of our transformation agenda. Involve all peace-loving South Africans, majority to implement our program of uniting for a non-racial society. Build a broad national front against racism and expand it beyond the borders of our country. Call upon all South Africans, all the compatriots, to contribute in shaping the policy to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related intolerances. Continue with the program of dialogue. We should dialogue. That should be uppermost in our approach. This thing of people preaching war is not going to help, but jaw will, if we are to build this society. We should convene different social partners to craft social compacts on the values which we will agree as South Africans that these are the values we share. Some of the things which are happening in society here, including in this House, can never be values somebody who respects himself will identify himself with or herself with. We should convene this so that at the end of the day, a national convention on nation building comes up with the way forward, particularly on our identity. And in that way, we'll be able to go forward. But as I end, let me raise the point, the Honorable Mulder, and actually thank the fact that Parliament is discussing this matter. Don't run away from it. Discuss it all the time as parliamentarians, because this is what we are faced with. This monster has to be faced with, confronted, dealt with, because it made people to suffer, people died. Today, we cannot tolerate racism. Let's fight it. Thank you.
Okay. Dank u, achtbare leden. Dat brengt ons ten einde van die debat en die bezigheid van die dag, die hees is vandaag.